Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to another edition of the Morning Kickoff with Unbiased Opinion. I am your host, Tony, aka Low Tone Tony. All right. So most of Carolina's established starters will not play in the Hall of Fame game. That does not make Thursday night meaningless. It changes what the game is supposed to tell us. The final score will not prove whether the Panthers can repeat as NFC South champions. The game will show whether the players behind Carolina starters can communicate, protect the football, execute their assignments, and handle the responsibilities of an NFL operation. Kenny Pickett will get the start at quarterback. He is not expected to play long, and Ricky Haynes-King is expected to receive most of the remaining quarterback snaps. Carolina will also use the extra preseason game to evaluate players competing for starting, rotational, and final roster positions. Today, we are answering three major questions. First, which Panthers must prove they belong against Arizona? At halftime, what must Carolina prepare for against the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks? Then in the second half, should Dan Morgan trust the roster he has built or continue searching for outside help? Thursday is not about identifying Carolina stars. The Panthers already know who their stars are. Thursday is about identifying the players they can trust when those stars leave the field. All right. So real quick, we go through the injury and availability update. As unexpected, yesterday, LeBron Ray, defensive tackle, has retired at the age of 28. Xavier Legette left Tuesday's practice after landing hard on his back while attempting to catch. He was evaluated for a concussion and cleared. Carolina is currently evaluating him for a stinger, and Legette was not scheduled to play Thursday. Jatavion Sanders suffered an ankle injury and did not finish Tuesday practice. Carolina had not confirmed the severity of the injury or whether Sanders will play Thursday. All right. Derek Brown did not practice Tuesday because of general soreness and planned veteran workload management. So we know for sure we're not going to see Derek Brown out there Thursday. That's for sure. So that is the current injury update as of this morning. So let's get to it. And the first thing we're going to talk about today, like I said, is which Panthers must prove they belong first, right? So the Hall of Fame game, what can Carolina learn? You know, what must we learn? All right. So let me turn this off. All right. So which Panthers must prove they belong against against Arizona, I'm sorry. So here's the facts first. All right. Carolina starters are generally not expected to play, although players involved in starting competitions may participate. Again, Pickett will begin the game. Haynes-King is expected to handle most of the remaining quarterback work. Carolina's first depth chart lists Jonathon Brooks second behind Chuba Hubbard, Mitchell Evans between Tommy Tremble and Jatavion Sanders, Bryson Tremaine and Jason Reed behind Tedero McMillan and David Moore, and John Mechie behind Jalen Coker. All right. So the depth chart is unofficial and does not settle the competitions. Thursday supplies the first live evidence. The evaluation cannot be limited to touchdowns, sacks, catches, and rushing yards. Carolina must determine whether each player understands his assignment, performs it under pressure, and can repeat the performance without creating problems for the other 10 players. All right. So we will start with the first question of the day, and chat, y'all can answer this. Which edge defender can become a trustworthy rotational option? Right. So we know Nick Scotton's out for the season. Carolina expects Jalen Phillips and Patrick Jones and Princeton Umamiel to carry much of the edge workload. But behind them, you got Travis Gibson, you got Cam Gill, and Thomas Nku. All received first team opportunities during Tuesday practice as the Panthers evaluated their remaining depth. So from those three, Travis Gibson, Cam Gill, and Thomas Nku, who do you believe can become a trustworthy rotational option? I'll pose that question to the chat real quick. All right. I'm going to put a link in the chat so anybody that want to come up and join the panel and join today's discussion will be able to do so. So here's the link. And real quick, just catch up real quick. KJ the Great said, good morning, Tony in chat. Good morning, KJ. Appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. Hit that like button on your way in. I greatly appreciate it. Tebow C. Panther 59 said, good morning. Good morning, Tebow. Appreciate you for tapping in as well. Latino Panther said, Tony, what's going on, Latino Panther? I know I've seen you a couple times on other channels. So I think this, I don't know. No, I've seen you here before, but I think this is probably the first time you have spoken. If I'm wrong, correct me on that. SC Lady Boy 803 said, hey Low Tone, what's going on? SC, appreciate you for tapping in, man. Hit that like button for me. Don't cuss me out. Native Kalu said, good morning, fellas. What's good, Native Kalu? Appreciate you for tapping in. NH official said, would like to see a tight end take a step up in the Hall of Fame game. Yeah, I definitely want to see that. We'll get to that in a minute. But appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. Hit that like button for me. Kevin Hubbard said, good morning, Panthers Nation. Good morning, Kevin. Appreciate you for tapping in. SC said Gibson and Gill. Okay. All right. D-Cash said, Tony, hey, what's going on, D-Cash? Appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. And y'all make sure y'all hit that like button on your way in. I greatly appreciate that. That does, since I am a small channel and just relatively getting my feet wet again with YouTube, it really helps the algorithm try to push my content as much as possible. And thank you guys also for helping me get over my first goal, which was 100 subscribers. I'm at 111 right now, so I greatly appreciate you guys' effort, time, and commitment to the morning kickoff, which is Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern time. I greatly appreciate that. So my next goal is 500. I'm trying to get to that 500 mark now, so I greatly appreciate it. If you guys would share it with the family, friends, co-workers, other Panther fans that may not know about the channel, you can tell them about Unbiased Opinion Sports Talk. I greatly appreciate that as well. DCAT said that's wild. And she said, oh, I'm deaf cussing you out in my head as we speak. I expect nothing less. I greatly appreciate it. So, yeah. We went over the facts first about Nick Gordon being out. So here's a little bit of context to that first question. Replacing Scorton does not require finding one player with the exact same abilities. Carolina can build a functional rotation if different players provide different forms of value. So one player may be the better early down run defender. Another may provide pass rush speed. Another may earn his position through special teams and assignment reliability. But the evaluation must include setting the edge against the run, maintaining rush lane discipline, creating pressure without losing containment, playing first and second, meaning against the run. Those are your base downs, handling multiple consecutive snaps, contributing on special teams. One unblocked sack should not decide the competition. Carolina needs repeatable evidence. All right. They need repeatable evidence. So I see that SC said Gibson and Gill. who else you guys think should help fill that rotational position that is trustworthy, can become a trustworthy rotational option? You know, Cam Gill, who just came back from the UFL, he has been a member of the team before in the past. I think he was the UFL Defensive Player of the Year this past year. I think he had like 10 sacks in 11 games. Thomas Incoom has been here for a while. If I'm not mistaken, he came over from Seattle. If I'm not mistaken, he came from Seattle. And Travis Gibson. Trevor Gibson has show his value a little bit since coming over from San Francisco. Big guy, can set the edge, is good against the run, got a good motor. So he's definitely a good rotational piece. So yeah, I like that. I like our edge room. Like I stated before training camp, I thought the edge room was probably the deepest position um on the defense. And I still feel that way, even though we lost Nick Scorton, and I wish we wouldn't have. You know, I wish he was available for us this year, but unfortunately he's not. I still think that's probably the deepest position um on defense is our edge room. You know, I know we're gonna miss him. We're gonna miss his um, playmaking ability and what he brings to the team, but his production can be replaced, and that's just the truth of the matter. It's not saying anything negative about him or putting him down or anything like that, but just being honest. I feel like his production can be can't be replicated. You got Princely Umami Yellen, who's definitely hungry this year. He got something to prove. He definitely feel like he should have got more playing time last year. So let's see what Princely can do this year. Let's see what he brings to the table. He's definitely going to get his opportunities to prove his worth. And if he can do what he promised he can do, or even do better what Nick Scorton did last year, I don't know. But it would be a good problem to have when Nick Scorton does come back, because I do believe Nick Scorton and Princely can be the future of that edge room going forward. So yeah, because this is Patrick Jones last year on his contract. Jalen Phillips. Let me just say JJ Phillips because I always get his name confused. He's going to be here for 2 to 3 years. I can't remember if he has a player option after the third year or there's a void year at the second year. I don't remember exactly what his contract stipulates, but I just feel like Nick and Princely is definitely a part of the immediate future for Carolina. So yeah, we are really good at the edge position. I believe so. I think we're going to be all right at the edge position. So number 2 up there is receiver trust, right? Receivers that can get separation, has good route timing, contested finishes. All right. So we know Chris Bradshaw the second sideline for the season. Leggett, of course, being evaluated after Tuesday practice. They say that it's a stinger. And Bryson Tremaine and Jasim Reed are listed behind McMillan. Moore and Mechie are listed behind Coker. Carolina also signed Rock Taylor and Elijah Cooks following Tuesday's roster moves. All right. So there's other guys that's kind of in the mix. And if I'm not mistaken, because I haven't looked it up, somebody can look it up for me. I believe Elijah Cooks played for the Jets. If this is the same Elijah Cooks, I think he came out of Ole Miss. But somebody in the chat look that up for me. I appreciate that. Nick Tri-State, what's happening? Nick. All right. So I guess Nick could come on when he can. All right. So, receiving yards alone will not identify the winner. A receiver competing for the fourth, fifth, or sixth position must usually contribute in several areas. Carolina should evaluate the correct alignment, their route depth and timing, coverage recognition, separation against physical coverage, catch reliability, and run blocking effort. Along with special teams contribution, their ability to perform from more than one position. A receiver who catches one deep ball may attract attention. The player who repeatedly performs the complete assignment is more likely to earn the coach's trust. All right. So we already know Ted is your number one, Coker is your number two. As of now, Xavier Legette is number three. Browse was out for the season, so he's not in the equation. So you left with Bryson Tremaine, Jasim Reed, David Moore, John Mechie, and also Jimmy Horn Jr. So who do you guys feel like can be that who can convert that opportunity into a legitimate roster role? Like there's so many, we have so many receivers, but not enough roster spots, right? So many receivers, but not enough roster spots. So, when you talk about the first three, there's probably about 3 or 4 more spots that needs to be filled from a roster standpoint. Carolina usually carries about 7 wide receivers. I believe they'll do so this year as well. So who those four? I say 4 remaining spots. Do you think they should go to? So yeah, who do y'all think the last 4 remaining spots should go to? Y'all let me know in the chat. All right. John Tay said, "Good morning, Tony from Northern Nevada. What's going on, John Tay? Appreciate you for tapping in, my guy." Yeah, D Cash, the Brown Ray retired yesterday. Yep, that came out of nowhere. I don't think nobody expected that, but he definitely retired yesterday. 28 years old. Tar Heel said, "What it do? What's going on, Tar Heel? Thank you for tapping in this morning." Candy Girl 803 said, "Morning, everyone," with the hand wave. What's going on, Candy Girl? Thank you for tapping in as always. SC said he played for the UFL. Yeah, talking about Cam Gill? Or you talking about Elijah Cooks? Nick said, "Okay, I gotta go. My boss called me in for something." Shaking my head. Okay, Nick. Nick said, "Y'all hit the like and subscribe button. Greatly appreciate that, Nick." D Cash and Eagles and Jazz went to San Jose State. Okay, D Cash. Maybe I was thinking about a different Elijah Cook. Maybe I was thinking about, because there's Elijah Cooks that play for the Jets as well. They got drafted by the Jets, went to Ole Miss. Yeah. All right. So let me know in the comments. Nobody answered. Nobody let me know who the next 4 receiving spots should go to. All right. Who should get those next 4 receiving spots out of the receivers that I mentioned? Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know in the chat. And the link is in the chat. If anybody wants to pull up, I would greatly appreciate it. The link is definitely in the chat. All right. So number 3 is the tight end role. Blocking value, route reliability, assignment security, right? Can Mitchell Evans strengthen his position in the tight end competition? So here's the facts first. Carolina first unofficial depth chart lists Trimble first, Evans second, and Jatavion Sanders third. Sanders' ankle injury could increase Evans' workload against Arizona. All right. So Evan does not have to win the starting position Thursday. He must show that the offense can remain complete when he enters the game. That requires more than catching passes. Carolina must evaluate whether Evans can block at the point of attack, maintain leverage against edge defenders, recognize protection responsibilities, release into routes without disrupting timing, become a reliable underneath target, line up in multiple formations, contribute on special teams. So the key question is whether Evans expands the call sheet or forces Carolina to reduce it. All right. So he definitely has an opportunity to further solidify his number two um on the depth chart right now for Carolina. With Jatavion Sanders looking like he may not be available Thursday. We already know Tommy Tremble is not going to play. So I believe that Mitchell Evans is going to get an opportunity. I also believe that Felipe Franks is probably going to factor into that equation as well. I don't see Mitchell Evans playing all 4 quarters. So Felipe Franks is going to get some work as well. 1 second, let me add Rashak. What's going on?
Dude,
I can't
you
call it what it do. Yeah, I hear you, man.
shit, just getting up, man. Heard you talking about the receivers and shit. So I ain't seen nobody else, so I said let me go to hop on real fast.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We can go back to the receivers real quick because nobody. I asked the chat to help me out here and give me 4. So, which receivers can convert opportunity into a legitimate roster role? Like I stated early, Tech is wide receiver 1, Coker is 2, Leggett is going to be 3. We know Chris Brazzle is sound like he's out for the season. So out of Bryson Tremaine, Jasim Reed, David Moore, John Mechie, Jimmy Horn Jr. Um, Carolina also signed Rock Taylor and Elijah Cooks following Tuesday roster moves, but I'm not gonna really count them two in the equation. But the other receivers that I named, who you think could possibly make the final 4 roster spots at wide receiver?
Uh, I think most fans who actually watch the Panthers and know football, they pretty much. I think everybody pretty much got the same 4 guys. For me, it's Ted, Coker, XL, David Moore, John Mechie, Jamie Horn Jr., and Bryson Tremaine. I seen the other day on the depth chart that they got Jimmy Horn Jr. as the backup kick in punt returner. So I think he can turn that into a legitimate, opportunity for a role.
Yeah.
Uh, and I think Mechie, based off Excel, if Excel don't step, I also think Mechie can step into that that slot guy too. Yeah, I think when I said I think they got David Moore ahead of him, but I think David Moore can play outside too. So I think David Moore, I think John Mechie, I think he can come in and you know and get a decent role too, and turn the preseason into a decent role. If he can, run the slot like I think he can. Cause I don't know how much
Yeah.
I don't know how much I don't know how much PT he gonna get with Bryce. So I mean, all you gotta do is just kind of this, you know, keep doing what he's doing. I think he can, have a decent role on the team.
What you think about Jasim Reed? There's been
Uh,
there's been word coming out of camp that he's had a really good camp. Dave Canales even spoke about him a couple days ago um in a press conference. So what you think about Jasim Reed?
I mean, it's early. I mean, I don't think too much of it right now. I mean, I hear everybody praise. He I mean, from what I'm hearing, I'm hearing a lot of people saying his name, but I don't really think. I mean, he got to continue to do it for me to feel, good about him, even making the last spot on the team. As of right now, I see him as a preseason. I mean, a practice squad type of dude. I don't see him having no type of role on this team, man. I don't see him. And even if he do make the roster, I mean, he'll probably be inactive for you know what I mean? So, I mean, and I don't even think he plays special teams. So I don't.
Why
I'm
don't
not
last?
on the Jaheim Reed train right now.
Got you, got you. Well, I know last year he primarily played a lot on he was on the practice squad, and I think the key for him is trying to work his way up from the practice squad to one of those last 4 or 5 receiver spots on the 53 man roster. And like you said, what everything that is coming out of camp, and when you see the highlights, he always seems to be making a play. Doing the little things that he need to do to improve his game. So just, I mean, I know it's a long shot, because of the guys that's ahead of him. Um, but I you know, I like to root for the underdogs. You know what I'm saying? I like to see the underdogs come from the back up to the front and prove people wrong. Especially when they've been counted out or guys you ain't never heard of, and then they just come out of nowhere and
It,
just,
it,
you
it ain't
know,
you didn't ask
huh?
what you didn't ask you didn't you said who you think you said who you think can use the preseason or this the off like the preseason and as what they would say like a linchpin to make the roster. Like, do you think Reed has a legitimate chance to do anything on this roster?
That what, like you said, it's still early to tell. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to him, like for me, I think the preseason is going to be the litmus test for him. What he does in the preseason, starting tomorrow night, because he's going to get plenty of opportunities to show what he can do and show his worth. That I
Yeah,
think, after the first 2 or 3 games, you start getting an idea of what this guy can do for you, what he can provide to the wide receiver room, what he can provide on special teams. But like I said, a lot of reports have been good about him coming out of training camp thus far. So I just thought maybe I just get your opinion on him if you've been following him as well. Now, whether or not he makes the final 53 man roster, I have no way of knowing. But what you put on tape is going outweigh anything else when it comes time for the Panthers to make that decision.
yeah. Cause like I
Shout
said, I've
out.
been hearing Unc and people, oh, just see Jaheim Reed. I'm like, I mean,
Yeah.
it looked good right now, but it's still early in camp. You know what I mean? But when it's time for the games and it's time to get out there, like the dog days of camp, that's what we gonna see. Them dog days.
What you mean by that? The dog days.
When you done been in camp, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you done played in a few games. It's hot. You got a few bruises and
Oh,
bumps.
okay.
Like the dog days, like yeah, the
Yeah,
dog
yeah.
days
I
of
got. I
camp.
got. I mean,
That's what
yeah,
we be gonna see. Yeah,
yeah. I got you. I got you. All right. So as of right now, like I said, we know who the first 3 receivers are. Who do you think the next 4 receivers will be to make the roster?
I said David Moore, Messi,
Hmm.
Horn Jr., and Shemaine.
Okay. All right. All right.
But if I mean, but if you wanna, you know. I think Jaheim Reed can be a dark horse, but as of right now, he don't move my needle. I mean, he don't like I don't feel
Got you.
like I mean, if you want to win a team because you feel like he played good and he earned the spot, I mean, cool. But he's not gonna. Well, in my opinion, as of right now, I don't because he don't play. I don't. I've seen nothing where did any kick returns or punt returns. I haven't seen him heard anybody say anything about him being a gunner or nothing like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure he can play some special teams, but he can't do nothing that I feel like can impact him to where he will have a role on his team. You know what I mean? If he make the roster, I think he'll probably be inactive, most of the damn year. But I mean,
Right.
if he earn the
Well,
spot and make the team, it's cool. But
yeah.
I
Well,
would feel some type of way if he made the team over somebody like a Messi or look or like a Jimmy Horn. 'Cause I feel differently about Jimmy Horn knowing that they have him as a backup returner now on both punt and kick. So at first I had him on a roster bubble. Now it's like, yeah, he'll probably make it now, especially with the injury.
yeah. Yeah, I watched the interview that he did with Sheena. I believe it was yesterday, and that was my first time getting a look at him since last year. He has definitely bulked up his upper body. He has definitely got bigger. His lower half still got them little ass legs that he's always had, but he definitely has got bigger um up top. And he did say that his focus this year, like he focused more on playing the receiver position last year than special teams. But I think his focus has switched this year. Like he going to focus on um punt return as well as wide receiver. It ain't one or the other. He's going to focus on both really, and he just basically said doing whatever he needs to do to make sure that he's a part of his team and that he makes the team. And hearing that from him, I mean that's a good sign. Someone that's willing to do whatever it takes to be a part of the team. That's what you want to hear from a guy that's fighting for a roster spot in a crowded wide receiver room when there's not many positions left available. For um, as many receivers there is on the team. So yeah, did you see that interview with Sheena
And who?
and Jimmy
And who?
Horn? Who I was just
What we talking about last year?
no Rashad. It was just yesterday, dog.
Oh no, I ain't see it. I ain't see the interview.
Okay, that's all I was asking. That's why I said Sheena Quick interviewed him yesterday.
Oh, no,
Okay,
I ain't see the interview yesterday.
all right. Well, when you get a chance, go back and check it out. It was a good little interview. It was a good little interview. So
Okay.
let's go. I'm gonna go back to the tight ends. So which was number uh 3, the tight end role. Uh, you know, blocking value, route reliability, assignment security. So right now, Mitchell Evans looks like he's going to get the lion's share of reps come Thursday night because Tommy Trimble, who's first on the depth chart, won't be playing. Mitchell Evans is second on the depth chart, and Jatavion Sanders is behind him. But Sanders hurt his ankle, and he may not be available uh, Thursday. So that means Mitchell Evans is going to get an increased workload against Arizona, and I also believe that Felipe Frank is going to get some run because I don't think Mitchell Evans is going to play the whole game. So this will be an opportunity for Felipe Franks to show his value. I know he's been brought in to for special teams, but he may have something there at tight end that we haven't seen in the past, especially the last time he was here. So he would definitely have an opportunity tomorrow night. What do you think about Mitchell Evans strengthening his position in the tight end competition?
Well, I like him coming into the year. I thought he was gonna be the number two coming into the year. I just think Jatavian, he can't block. He has injury history. He can't stay healthy for a full 17 games. And I don't know this the I think he still has confidence, but I know I heard somebody say since he fell on his neck that game, look, they get me fell on his neck. they say some people say he ain't never been the same after that. You know what I mean? I just
He hasn't.
I just yeah, I just prefer him like as that on passing downs type tight end. I don't like him blocking or nothing like that. I just want him in the game when it's a 3rd and 7 and you got like, you know, the receiving tight end. I think Trimble and Mitchell can catch too, but I think he's more of a pure catcher, a pure like receiving tight end. Like that's the role I like him in. But I got Trimble, Mitchell Evans, and then I got Sanders as the 3rd tight end. I think he the 3rd tight end on a depth chart, if I believe.
Yeah,
I thought that
he
was
is.
gonna
How
be the
how
content. Yeah,
how do
yeah.
you feel about him being the 3rd tight end on the depth chart?
I'm fine with it. I had him been up the 3rd tight end on my own depth chart. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he can't like on early downs, like he's not a reliable blocker. You know what I'm saying? Like as a tight end, you
That's
wanna you
true.
want a tight end that can block. So with him not being all that good of a blocker, you know, I think honestly, I think Mitchell Evans going he might mess around and end up the starter if Tommy Tremble leaves. He might end up being the starter because I think Mitchell Evans can be. I ain't gonna say no Greg Olsen, but he seems to know how to find those spots and he can catch that ball. Because when they drafted him, I was like, who the hell is Mitchell Evans? And then I had Swan and people telling me like, yeah, this dude can catch. I'm like, I don't know. He showed me something
Yeah.
last year. I'm saying he pretty decent. He kind of remind me of a low budget, Greg Olsen a little bit.
Yeah. He did, in my opinion, make the most of his limited opportunities that he got last year. He definitely showed to be a better pass catcher than I expected. Him and Tommy Trimmer both came out of Notre Dame. They both played at Notre Dame, so they definitely have that blocking trait. Because any tight end that comes from like Notre Dame, Michigan, Iowa, schools like that, that's like tight end them boys come out. If they don't do nothing else, they can block. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what
Yeah,
hurt Jatavion Sanders because he never developed into that pass catching tight end that Carolina was hoping when they drafted him. You know what I'm saying? And it's like these other two guys have come and passed him on the depth chart. So now he's at number 3, and it's like, okay, what is your value going forward being the 3rd tight end? Because the two guys ahead of you block better than you, and I mean you can make an argument that um the pass catching has been equal because Jatavion Sanders hasn't done anything, in my opinion, to make anyone just raise their eyebrows and say, oh, that's what it is. That's what we got. I mean, it's really been no difference than Tommy Trimble and Mitchell Evans. What's going on, CJ?
What up? What
Okay.
up? What up?
What's going on, cousin?
Nothing. At the old salt mines trying to earn some pesos. So
is that the armchair? That's CJ. What you do, CJ?
what up? What up? What's going on with
You sound different. What you just got up? You sound like you just woke up. Or you been up?
you? No, no, I'm on my phone. Maybe that's what it
Oh,
is.
okay. Oh,
Oh, you on your phone? Oh, okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So
Was it sound bad?
so see, you sound like you break. It's kind of sketchy.
Tenfold.
Okay. DJ, you still there?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. Well, so we were just talking about the tight end position, and I was mentioning that Mitchell Evans is definitely looks like he's definitely going to get a lot more playing time in the Hall of Fame game because Tommy Tremble is not going to be playing tomorrow, It looks like Jatavion Sanders is going to be out because of the ankle injury. So Mitchell Evans looks like he's going to get a lion's share of the plays. I mean, of the reps at tight end. But I think it also leaves Felipe Franks open for opportunity to get some reps at tight end. What do you think about Jatavion Sanders being the number 3 tight end on the depth chart right now, CJ?
I think that's more than fair because you see the talent there. At least I do, but he can't stay healthy for an extended period of time. I like what I saw out of Mitchell Evans last season. But it was sporadic. Like he got consistent reps at the tight end spot. He was kind of in there, not to say dinking dunking, but he was basically number 3. Well, he was number 2 for a while after Sanders got hurt again last season. But I don't know what the Panthers are going to do. I don't know if it's going to be Mitchell Evans and Felipe Franks the whole game, because if I'm not mistaken, that's those are only 4 tight ends we got, unless we bring back what's a man named James Mitchell or something.
Yeah,
I
James
don't think we're
Mitchell.
gonna do that before tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, shoot. To be honest with you, as of right now, you might as well say Mitchell Evans is tight end too, because if Xavier Sanders can't get right and keep from being hurt, yeah,
I agree with you. I have to agree with you on that. Cause me and you, we've had these conversations before about Jatavion Sanders before the injury and after the injury, especially after the injury. He just been like a shell of himself. It's like he's scared of the contact. I don't think he's as confident in his hands like he was coming out of Texas, because at Texas he caught everything. You know what I'm saying? Like contested catches, some difficult catches from a tight end, but you don't see that same thing consistently here in Carolina, especially after the injury. And like I was just telling Rashad, and he saw the same thing. When you talk about Tommy Tremble and Mitchell Evans, they do two things that Jatavion Sanders don't do at all, and that's block. You know what I'm saying? So you got to
facts.
block for Dave Canales in this offense before you can even be considered getting the pass. And two things those two tight ends can do is block. They don't mind getting their hand dirty, whether it's pass protection or in the run game. So for those reasons, I can definitely see why Jatavion Sanders is being looked at now as a number 3 tight end. So by him being number 3, do you think he is running the risk of possibly being cut, being replaced by another tight end?
To my Sanders or Evans?
Yeah, Sanders. No, not Evan Sanders.
Oh, nah. Let me say, he's probably, well, let me not even say it. I don't even want to wish that on the boy. But no, I don't think he's at risk of getting cut. And you know what, Tom, and let me ask you this. Do you think that the Panthers use tight ends enough in this offense for us to be like extremely worried about the talent that we have at the position now? Because to me, it seems like as long as you can get out there and block and catch, 1 or 2 passes here and there, you Gucci.
Yeah, and you know what? That goes back to something that Dave Canales said in the interview with Cam Newton yesterday. And when they was talking about he was talking about um building the offense around Bryce and to what Bryce does better, the way he does best, instead of trying to fit him into his system. He built the system around Bryce and what he does best. And you know, each season they throw a little bit more, into the equation and see what sticks. See if Bryce agrees. If this works or that work. and it's made me think back to when he was at Alabama. That one year where he did have a tight end that got a good amount of catches, had good yards or whatnot. But I think that was his last year when he didn't have the talent that he had his first year starting at wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? So in this system, quote unquote system that's being built around him, maybe the tight end is not as prevalent in this system as you may want it to be. So that, like you said, that can definitely be a contributing factor um to the tight ends not being used as much as I would like to see it. I know as you would like to see it because we've had these discussions. So I don't know. I don't know.
Hey,
It's definitely looking that way.
hey, well, let me ask you this. Is it a situation where if the offense was tailored to use the tight end more, Bryce and the tight end could thrive in it? Or is it a situation where David has been stubborn and just doesn't like using the tight end, except for, you know, a few pass plays here and there and mostly blocking?
Well, I don't want to say being stubborn, even though we both have probably said that in the past.
Yeah,
um,
come on, keep
I,
it
I,
up,
I,
cuz he's stubborn.
yeah, I think that he is, from what it looks like. Um, it looks like he's going to use the weapons that he feels is most important to him right now, and that's the wide receivers and the running backs. Right? Like you have more talent, in my opinion. Um, well, I ain't gonna say that. 'Cause the talent could probably be equal when you talk about the running back room and the wide receiver room. Um, I I would say this, from the decisions that has been made regarding the tight end position, especially after we drafted Jatavion Sanders, and we see what that has turned out to be. I just don't think the tight end position right now is high on their list of wanting to get a top tier pass catching tight end. If that makes sense, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. And I say this too. I know everybody absolutely craps on, our tight end position. And when Tommy Tremble was drafted, we both said the same thing. We were like, okay, he got in here and his hands were not that great. I look at Tommy Tremble, I look at Mitchell Evans, and I look at Jatavion Sanders when they're all healthy. I think we have three. I ain't gonna say really good. I think we have three good pass catching tight ends, and I'll include Tommy Tremble in that because his pass catching has drastically improved since his rookie season. And that's why I asked the question about is Dave being stubborn or not. I think we have capable pass catchers. I think they have shown that. Even Tommy Tremble, you get him the ball, he can, he keeps attempting to be Saquon Barkley, and jump over everybody to try to tackle him. It ain't worked yet. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
he has athleticism. He can block. He can catch the pass, and he can make yards after the catch as well. Now I'm not saying that they are top tier tight ends in the league, but I think they can be used more than they are now, and I'm hoping that that will be the situation. Now, it's called play, but again, we'll see. We'll see.
Rashad, what you think?
Yeah, I think they should when a lot of teams don't have that number one running back, that number one guy, they use him as a committee, like running back by committee. I
Yeah.
think that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
They're gonna use all three of those guys in committee. I think it'll be Mitchell Evans and Tommy on the early downs, and on those passing downs you would see JT. Um, but yeah, I think I I I think I answered your question, or if it was something else to it.
No. It wasn't nothing else to it. Just what you thought
Uh,
about what CJ and I just was talking about, what he had brought up about the tight end usage. Um, the way that Carolina used the tight ends. Do
yeah,
do do you do you think the tight end position is being do you
used
think the tight end you used mm, uh, do you think the tight end
like
position should be
properly.
used more than what is being used currently?
well, I think Dave and Brad Izzy, those guys are, I don't know if they're pure wide receiver coaches, but I know both of those guys pretty much started off working with the wide receivers. So those guys love their wide receivers. Um,
Right.
I just think in this offense, the fact that we don't have that number one guy, we don't have that Greg Olsen, we don't have that Travis Kelsey. I think right now they love their wide receivers. I think this is a wide receiver heavy type a team based off Dave and Brad, because those they are wide receiver type, coaches. Both of them were, wide receiver coaches. I think Dave did a little bit with the quarterbacks. So basically, they're like quarterback wide receiver guys. You know what I mean? And I think they drafted these receivers early for a reason. They love their receivers. They keep 7 receivers damn near every year. So I think they're pretty much wide receiver centric, and based off the fact that we don't have that number one guy, I don't think you're going to see Tommy Tremble or Mitchell Evans catching 50 and 60 passes a year. I think it's pretty much going to be 30, 20, something like that, pretty much. But do
Okay.
do I think they need to use them more? I think they do use them, but they use them by committees. Like we don't see Tommy and those guys with 40 and 50 catches, so it may seem like we don't use them as much, but I think they use them, as much as they're gonna use them. They could maybe use them a little bit more, but I think I think they just love their receivers, man. To be real with you,
Hey, Rashay, I
Okay.
agree with you. They use them by committee, but the committee can get more catches as a whole.
yeah, you're right, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I did see Papa make this comment. Titans were used in Tampa. Hume. Well, I mean, and you're right, Papa. That is true. So
What
let's
do you say?
um. He said tight ends were used in Tampa, and
Oh,
that's true. But like I was just saying, that Dave Canales mentioned yesterday in his interview with Cam, we building your offense around Baker and building your offense around Bryce are two different quarterbacks. So you have to look at what was available to Tampa that year when they used a tight end a lot. I believe Mitchell, not Mitchell. I believe Mike Evans was hurt and was out for most of the year. Chris Godwin was out and hurt most of the year. So Kate Otten became their number one receiver pretty much. So I believe that's why he received a lot, the bulk share of the passes, because they were injury depleted at the wide receiver position. So different strokes for different folks. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can tell you when it comes to that. So I'm just talking about Carolina right now and what they have to work with at the tight end position. Do you feel like it's enough? Do you feel like it's an upgrade, or do you think that we should just continue with tight end by committee? Rashad?
say what? Hey, look, I had to my damn headphones were down, so I gotta use it. I'm using my speaker right now. I hear you, but you real low.
I said, do you believe that the tight ends should be continue to be used by committee? Do you think they're being used enough, or they're not? I think you are already kind of
I
answered that.
think I think they'll continue to be used by committee. I mean, like I said, man, we don't have that number one guy. that I think Brad or Dave is comfortable enough, going with one guy
Mm-hmm.
like a Tommy or a Mitchell for the majority of the game or giving the most targets to. I think they'll continue to use it by committee, and I think as of right now, that's probably the right thing, unless I see something different from Brad Izzy than Dave Canales. Maybe Brad may favor the tight end more. I don't know, but as of right now, I think I'm okay with the committee using them by committee type situations. I would rather see a guy like Sanders in on passing downs, and I won't. I like to see you know those Tommy Trembles and Mitchell Evans to start out the game, because I even though I believe they're going to pass more this year, and I feel like they like their receivers, I they still you still got to run the ball. So I think you know, I think you
Be
know,
beneficial in the
it'll
run
it'll be
game.
it'll be it'll be a committee thing. You said what now?
I say you think they'll be beneficial in the run game with their run blocking.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
Because
Gotcha.
you know how Unc be saying, they try to set up the run by the pass. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but you know, uh,
Yeah. Well, I believe
you
I,
know,
I believe they want to set up the pass with the run. You
yeah,
know, we
that's what
just
I
haven't
believe.
been we just haven't been consistent at doing it. But I still believe they want to run the ball to set up the pass. And in today's NFL, with a lot of teams now playing split safety, cover two shells, when they are really trying to take away anything deep, you have to punish them by running the ball. When you got a light box, you have to take advantage of that opportunity and run the ball. So, when you do that and then they drop a safety down in the box, then you got an opportunity to go over the top. And I think that's what Dave philosophy is when it comes to taking shots downfield, um, get the running game going, a consistent running game, and it would allow you, it would open up those opportunities to take the shots down the field that many of Panther fans wish that we did more. All right.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah.
let me say this before you switch. Jadavian Sanders was brought in to be that pass catching tight end because, like you said, you saw how
Facts.
they started using him when in his rookie year, and even when he got hurt and came back. You see that they throw the ball downfield to him, especially like a lot of these sideline routes and stuff. Um, but when he's not in the game and he's not healthy, it does go back to more of a tight end by committee, and you see those tight ends kind of fade off a little bit or fade out a little bit until we get into but except when we get down to goal line situations. Now I will say I do
Uh-huh.
think they get their fair usage down and we're inside like 10-yard line. Because you see Mitchell Evans get a few touchdown catches, Tommy Tremble get a few touchdown catches, even Jadavian Sanders, get a few touchdown catches as well. But like I said,
Right.
I still think the value that our tight ends that we currently have can bring is there, but yeah, um, I don't. And you were talking about running to set up the pass, which is true, but sometimes I think when the other team shows Dave that you are not going to be able to run the ball like you want to, that's when I say he's stubborn because it'll take him 3 quarters to figure out, you know what, we ain't been able to run the ball today. Let's change this up. So,
Yeah. 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 But there's also been instances where he abandoned the run too quick. Like too quick. Like after the first
yeah,
the first or second drive, he's willing to abandon the run. Like, damn, dog, we just getting warmed up.
hell,
You
he
know?
abandoned
You
Rico.
know, huh?
He abandoned Rico, in my opinion, all together. Once Chuba came back,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I ain't going down that road again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. Stay on top. I'm sorry, though.
Nah, you good. You good. Hey, Ronnie B. Young said, hey, Tony, before Greg Olsen, Carolina never used heavy tight end usage as a weapon in their offense. So why are fans expecting Canales to value heavy tight end usage within the offense? Greg Olsen was an anomaly. Hey, I can agree with most of that, Ronnie. I don't think I don't think we've had a tight end like Greg Olsen. Yeah, so when you get a tight end like a Greg Olsen, then yeah, you can kind of change up the game plan, the tight end usage a little more. Greg Olsen was someone he wasn't the greatest blocker, but he was a willing blocker, but he was definitely lethal in the pass game. We haven't had no tight end like that. So it would be hard to put a tight end in that position when he's not built for that position. So I agree with you, on that, and that could very well be why Canales don't target tight ends as much as some of us would like. I just believe that when you have tight ends, you should be willing to want to target them more than what you do, because that opens up other parts of your offense. You know what I'm saying? When you just attacking outside, or towards the sidelines and things like that, then it makes it easy for defenses to scheme for what it is that you're trying to do. You're not attacking them down the seams, over the middle. You're not taking advantage of a tight end on a linebacker. You know, just sometimes you have to just show teams that you are willing to do what they don't think you can do or that you will do. You have to be willing to show them that. And I think it was a few games last year when the tight ends received 7 or more catches that they had a pretty good game. And I'm talking about as a group, as a whole, not one individual, because the ball was being spread around from either side of the field to the middle of the field to the seam to the flat. When you spreading the ball around like that, it's hard for defense to try to get a read on what you're going to do in the next passing down situation. So just for me, just that alone, attempting to throw the ball to the tight end, get them involved, do things with them that the defense don't think you will do, or probably haven't even planned on you doing, because they don't believe that you had those type of tight ends, or you have that kind of trust or faith in your tight ends. Sometimes you just have to show them that they're wrong. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know, but the more well-rounded teams in the NFL, teams that go far in the league, they have legitimate pass catching tight end threats. When you talk about the Rams, who else I'm thinking of? The Packers. I think Philadelphia got two tight ends that's decent. Buffalo definitely has 2 tight ends that's decent. But these are teams that use their tight ends, and routinely you see them in the playoffs, because that tight end position is a whole nother threat. Hold on, let me bring up Rishak and let me bring up Broski Bear. What's happening?
Morning, Tony. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning. Good morning. What's going on?
Yeah, man. Here to talk some tight ends, man. It's this modern era of NFL offenses. I mean, all the top offenses utilize the tight end position heavily. I mean, you can go down the list.
Yeah.
I mean, the Buffalo Bills, I know you mentioned them. Their second and third leading receivers on the team last year were both tight ends. Ferguson
Dawson
on
Knox,
the Cowboys. I'm sorry,
Don
go
Kincaid.
ahead. Yeah,
No, I'm
Kincaid
saying
and
Dawson Knox and Don Kincaid. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, you look at a guy even like Ferguson on the Cowboys, kind of like I mean, most people don't know football. They know who he is, but he's still kind of under the radar. I mean, he had 600 yards receiving, 82 receptions, and 8 touchdowns last year. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are pretty good. I mean, those are good wide receiver numbers. You know what I mean? Even like still like old man Hunter Henry on the Patriots was their second leading receiver last year. He had 768 yards, 7 touchdowns. So, quietly, even the teams you don't really associate with tight end play, they use their tight ends. Detroit has Laporta. The Bears, they obviously use Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet. San Fran has Kittle. Seattle has like 3 or 4 tight ends they turn to. Same thing with the Rams. They have like 3 or 4 guys they turn to. I mean, these are all the
Minnesota
top.
got T.J. Hawkinson.
Yeah, he's still solid, but yeah, their offense wasn't too highly. They were down near the bottom last year. But Rams, Cowboys, Patriots, Bills, Lions, Bears, 49ers,
Texans.
Seahawks, literally the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 offenses in the league I just named last year. I mean, they all use their tight ends. So
this is the Bears fan.
The Bears were the 6th ranked offense last year. Yeah, I mean, they use their tight ends.
Say what, Rashad?
I said he's the Bears fan.
Yeah, Broski. Yeah, he's a Bears fan, but he's telling the truth. I would trade for either one of the tight ends that Chicago has for any of our tight ends. Yeah, I love Colston Loveland coming out of school and Cole Kmet.
Yeah, and they drafted another tight end last draft in the 3rd round, and this guy looks like a monster. He looks like a freak, just a complete freak of nature.
Was it the guy from Ole Miss?
The guy from Stanford, Sam Roush.
Stanford, yeah. Oh yeah. The big dude that's known for his blocking.
Well,
yeah,
he's known for everything really because he had a 9.98 RAS score. So he's 6'6", damn near 270 pounds, almost has a 40-inch vertical. I mean, he's fast, he's quick, he can catch, and he loves to block. He loves to bury. He says he likes to bury people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He can catch, but he's really known for his blocking.
Well, I mean, he's known for his run after the catch also. But yeah, all I'm saying is this. He's going to be another weapon in this tight end room the Bears have, and he's, they're going to run a lot of 12 personnel with him. But that I'm not trying to go down and make this a Bears show. My point is tight ends.
They gonna run the ball.
Yeah, you had your opportunity Monday, broski. You missed it.
Well, last week I said the end of this week would be good just because I just moved to a different country. So you know what I mean? Like I was like packing, unpacking, just getting stuff set up. But yeah. But anyway, tight ends create the biggest mismatches right now. I feel in the NFL. They create the biggest. So
they do with a lot of teams using 12 and 13 personnel now. When you got 2 or 3 tight ends on the field, they are definitely weapons. Yeah. Especially when you got 2 that's equally as good pass blocking as they are catching the ball. That is the benefit of having 2 tight ends like that in 12 personnel, because the defense can't key and say, "Oh, he's going to stay in and block, and this one over here is going to go out for a pass." When you got 2 tight ends, say like the Bears have, you can't do that with them because you don't know which one is going to release, into a route and can hurt you that way. So yeah,
exactly.
That is definitely the benefit of having 2 tight ends like that, especially when you're running 12 and 13 personnel, which a lot of offenses are doing nowadays.
Yeah. And you mentioned the Eagles as well. I mean, Dallas Goedert has been in the league like 8 or 9 seasons. I mean, he still had 60 catches and 11 touchdowns last year. It's funny too because like a lot of these older tight ends are still good. Like I mentioned Hunter Henry earlier. Like it's amazing how you can scheme these guys
Is he still in
open.
New England?
Yes, Hunter Henry's still in New England.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
The Eagles drafted that that tight end, Eli Storrs kid out of Vanderbilt, this past draft in the second round. I mean, that kid.
I know. Like Will was a Kenyon Sadiq fan, but I love Eli Storrs out of Vanderbilt.
Yeah, me too. That dude's a mismatch problem written all over him.
All day. So Ronnie Beast Young said, I dig it, Tony. I just think fans have an expectation about the tight end position since Greg Olsen. Greg became the number one option in the offense, and that's not how Canales views the tight end position. And you probably for the most part you're probably right, Ronnie. I mean, I get it. Just like you got some fans want the next Cam Newton at quarterback. You got other fans want the next Greg Olsen at running back. Well, the same head coach that Greg Olsen and that had Greg Olsen and Cam Newton is not the head coach now. So that don't necessarily mean, that the offenses are different. The philosophy is different. The scheme is different. So, I mean, I get it. I understand it. But I just believe that in today's NFL, if you want to go further and take advantage of the advantages that the extra tight end or pass catching tight end can give you, then you want to target your tight ends a little bit more. I think Tommy Tremble is capable, and I think Mitchell Evans is capable. They just don't get the targets like these other tight ends for on these other teams get. And
When you only got one ball.
Well, I mean, no, I mean that's true. Yeah, that's true, Rashad. But why that doesn't hold weight is because you see other teams with multiple tight ends, and they are getting 40, 50 catches a year, 500-600 yards. Our tight ends are averaging 245 yards a season. Let
But
alone
are
half the
they?
season.
But are they drafting wide receivers in the first round and third round every year?
No. No, well, I'll say so just to eliminate that, since Dave Canal has been there, I mean, yes, Xavier Legette was drafted in the first round, moved up one spot from top of the second to the first round. So yes, you basically have to say, yeah, he was a first round draft pick because he was in the first round. But we all know Xavier Legette was not a first round talent. So I'm gonna just leave that right there. Now you went out and got Tet, with the number 8 or 9 pick. Definitely prove what he's worth. This year you spent a third round pick on Chris Brazzell. So it's not like we are getting top end wide receiver talent each and every year. There's only been one wide receiver that Dave has drafted that has really proven to be worth their weight in gold, and that's Tet.
Mingo was a second round pick.
I didn't like that ACL pick either. I like the reason I didn't like the pick. The reason I didn't like the pick, it's real kind of minor, but I didn't want him just because he went to South Carolina. I felt like Dan, he wanted like I feel like sometimes they do stuff just to kind of like a local guy for the fan base. You know what I'm saying? I think they drafted ACL kind of because of that, because he is a local guy.
Okay. What did you say, Broski?
Well, I said I believe Mingo. Not that he panned out, but he was a second round pick they used on him.
Who, Mingo?
Wasn't Mingo second round?
Yeah, but he wasn't drafted by Dave Canales. Mingo was, huh?
Yeah. I said, yeah. You talking about Mingo or Marshall? Mingo or Marshall? Both of them were drafted in the second, I think.
Yeah, but I'm talking about drafted by Dave Canales. Xavier Legette was the first wide receiver taken by Dave Canales. Yeah. So, yeah. Hey, again, just my opinion on that when it comes to that tight end position. From what I've witnessed from around the league and what other teams are doing now with their tight ends, like you said, like I said, in 12 personnel, 13 personnel, having two tight ends that is equally as good run blocking and pass catching is essential to have in today's NFL. They are true weapons. So either you treat your tight ends like weapons, or you know use them like weapons. However you want to look at it. Yeah, at the end of the day, I think we have capable tight ends that can do a little bit more in the passing game than we have exposed them to.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost to the point either you use your tight ends like weapons or your offense overall isn't going to be that good. Because, I mean, I'm going to get one more in right now that I just think it's an eye opener to people. Like, Juwan Johnson on the Saints last year had 77 catches for 889 yards. Like, I don't think most
Isn't he
people
a
would.
free agent right now?
No, he's back on the Saints. And they also signed Noah Fant, the veteran tight end, and they drafted one of my sleepers in the draft, Oscar Delp, the big tight end from Georgia. So,
Yeah, Oscar Delp. I like Oscar Delp.
yeah, on the low, now the Saints have 3 tight ends. So people are getting on board with the tight end thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, Sideburn 21 asked me a question earlier. He said, "Tony, do you have stats of Bryce's throws over the middle versus outside?" No, I don't have the exact stats, but I do have a video of his throws over the middle and throws to the sideline. I don't have the exact stats. No, I don't. All right. So number 4, Jonathon Brooks. Vision, ball security, pass protection, finish. Now I know, Broski, that Jonathon Brooks is not scheduled to play Thursday, but there's a lot of fans, including myself, would like to see him get as much action as he possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
So we will have an idea of what we have in running back 2 right now. We
Yep.
ain't seen this man in 2.5 years. I think it would be a good opportunity for him to get some reps, maybe two or 3 carries, at the most, or whatever, 4 or 5 carries. I just think that he should have gotten something in this Hall of Fame game. What you think? How you feel about that?
I mean, I agree. I think I'm not saying it's the be all end all, but I think you need to test him out in the preseason, which includes the Hall of Fame game. You know, you need to see what you're working with here because, I'm not wishing ill will on anyone, but if it doesn't work out with them for whatever reason, like if it's blatantly obvious in the preseason, if he re-injures himself or he just doesn't look like he has it, whatever the case may be, like you want to get in front of that. You want to address that now before the season starts. Like maybe you target a veteran running back who gets cut by another team or something like that, but you want to do that now. You know what I mean? While you still have a bigger pool of players to pick from if needed, type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for me, he's definitely in the evaluation process, just like anybody else that's trying to make the team or solidify their roster spot or what have you. For the fact that we haven't seen him, really since the last year and a half. When he had 9 carries, for 20 yards. I think there's still a lot more that needs to be seen from him. See if he can be the running back that he once was coming out of Texas. Rashad, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about Jonathan Mingo not playing Thursday in the Hall of Fame game?
Um, I don't think he should play, man. Like I said last show, I'm one of those guys that feel like they should just put him out there, see what he got. Like all that stuff Pop was talking about. That no, they need to throw him out there. This is the third year. He was hurt his first 2 years. He only got a 4-year
Right.
contract. So at this point, it's time for him to put us. I'm pretty sure he want to go out there. But I don't want no damn Dan Morgan and no Dave Canales trying to babysit him and hold his hand. No, that it's his third year. He should be healthy enough. He sat out all last year. Had enough time to get healthy. Watch those guys, Chuba and Rico. Basically, though, he done redshirted 2 years in a row. So if it's time to put up now, we Dan didn't draft the dude in the second round. And I think he traded up for him too. So, he didn't trade up in the second round to get what was quote unquote the best running back available in that draft. And he was the first one took it. So, you know, I wouldn't play him in the Hall of Fame game, but those next I think the starters or back they usually play at least a quarter or something like he's a backup, so I expect him to play the next two preseason. They probably won't play that last preseason game, but I expect to see him get some decent amount of carries in that Buffalo game and that Jaguar game in the preseason. Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
like even though I like those joint practices, I don't like how coaches and GMs try to make those joint practices be the end all be all. I mean, whenever your quarterback has a red jersey on, and you know he ain't gonna get hit. It's different than when you're actually in a real preseason game, and you don't want nobody to get hurt. But you know what I mean. I feel like you got to play these guys in the preseason at least two games. You usually those first preseason games they probably only get like a series or two, but in that second one,
Hmm.
I don't want to hear nothing about we had joint practices, so they only gonna play a series. No, they need to play at least a quarter that last preseason game, at least a quarter.
Well, I hear you, but that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I doubt it.
That's why the benefit of having these joint practices because it's basically like a controlled scrimmage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So your starters don't get the bulk of the work during these joint practices because really that practice is only like one day, maybe sometimes two, but typically they get like one good practice, solid joint practice, where it's like a controlled scrimmage. The preseason game is typically for your backups and guys trying to make the roster. They use that for evaluation period. So no, I can't agree with you on that because then you run the risk of your starters get injured. If they running 50 plays in a joint practice, there's no need for you to go out there and play in the preseason to be
I
honest.
mean, I
So yeah, I
I
will.
feel like I feel like a practice is a practice. I mean, the only thing that's different is you going up against another team instead of your own. So it's like I feel like it's all the quarterbacks are always a lot more comfortable, when they got a red jersey on compared to when you know, you in the game and the guys ain't gonna try to hurt you, but you know what I'm saying. You're gonna get hit in a actual game. Yeah, and it's
Mm,
an injury risk, but I mean, you know, like like the last few years, they was like, oh, we're gonna do these joint practices and and then every year we start out 0-2, and Bryce looked like trash. I'm not saying it's just because of the preseason games, but I mean, maybe you might want to try something different this year, knowing that it's your third year. You done gave up play calling duties. I think you can't keep going with the status quo because Bryce is going in his fourth year. He's a veteran now. He knows da. He knows the ins and outs and all that. But like I said, I doubt they'll play a quarter. But give me at least two or three. I mean, s- in some games, 2 or 3 series is a quarter. So you give me 2 or 3 series, I'm cool with it.
okay.
But I
Jay,
feel like
issues.
that. I feel like Brooks got to play.
Okay. Now that I agree with you. Jay Issue said, "What's the topic?" But right now we're talking about the Hall of Fame game and what Carolina must learn, especially when it comes to the backup players, players that are trying to make the team. So I put up there the top 5 positions that I think people want to see, or position that needs to be evaluated. When you talk about the edge rusher depth, the receiver depth, the tight end position, Jonathon Brooks. I know a lot of people want to see him, feel like he needs to play, even though he's not going to play. And then next, we're going to talk about the reserve offensive line. But Broski, how do you feel about what Ray Shock was just talking about? The starters should not only um, they should play in the preseason game as well as the joint practices. What would you think about that?
I mean, I'm one of those people. I actually believe that training camp practices and you know what I mean, the practices with the other teams hold a little more value than actual preseason games. The only caveat to like not to giving it the Panthers a pass for not putting Brooks out there for the Hall of Fame game is he wouldn't be out there with the ones. I think if you are going to put him out there, like get him out there with the ones. So if that's the first like true preseason game or second preseason game, you know what I mean? I think it's just I think you run a risk of him having too much stacked against him or people not knowing what they're doing. And plus, it's kind of practice like you play, right? Like you're going to be playing with the ones during the real game, so you might as well get them out there with the ones. Is my point really? But yeah.
All right, I got you on that. Hey, listen, we've been in here an hour and a half now. If you are enjoying the conversation, enjoying the vibe, the energy, the morning kickoff with Unbiased Opinion is bringing to you early this morning. Show love to the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Putting the QR code here at the top right. Support the show. Scan the QR code. Donate whatever your heart leads you to donating. There's also a pinned comment in the YouTube chat at the top of the comments that has my PayPal link. Um, I work hard, to provide this information and things to you 5 days a week. So I greatly appreciate it. If you appreciate all that I do and bring to you each and every morning, show a little love. I would greatly appreciate that. My daily goal is just
I fuck,
$25.
I fuck with the
Not
morning
trying to
wake up.
pay not trying to pay the rent or car note. Just $25. And that $25 will go a long way in helping me to continue to improve the content and the channel. All right. And if you send a PayPal gift, please let me know in the comments. That way I can properly shout you out. Let me know it was you, so I'm not going to repeat or mention your government name. If you're watching the channel through um Carolina Armchair GM CJ channel, you can also leave a super chat. That would be greatly appreciated as well. All right. So yeah, I will leave the QR code up there for a few minutes. So Zip says, I feel like if anything happens to JB, we have 3 other running backs, and I definitely think we could bring in 4 to start the season. All right, Zip. Hey, appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. Make sure you hit that like button. Eternal said, "Fats broski, that's common sense." Yeah. Zip do it all. Zip said, if JB is in a running back battle with Chuba, to send him for the Hall of Fame game. But the next 3 preseason games, JB needs to be on the field with the ones. I can rock with that too. I can rock with that too. I just
Yep.
don't. I just feel like he needs to get some type of work in the preseason. Some type of work in the preseason. And you bring forth a very good point. I wouldn't put him out there unless he's out there with the ones. That's a very good point there, Zip. Appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
All right, so go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Braxton.
I was gonna say,
No, go
man,
ahead. Go ahead.
a guy I want to see too. Like, and he's kind of like an enigma at this point. Like, you don't hear any mention of him. He's never brought up in discussions. Is ETN? Like, he seems like a talented little running back that can actually catch out of the backfield. Like he'd be a good complementary running back to Chuba. Like their styles are completely different, so they would complement each other very well. Not sure why he doesn't get a lot of runs, so I'm curious to see how he looks in the preseason when he gets out there.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Travis Etienne do his thing. I remember when he was at Florida, and I felt like he was one of the top running backs in the country when he was at Florida. I think that was the year that Anthony Richardson was the quarterback, and then he transferred to Georgia. I know he split some his carries at Georgia. I know Nate Frazier came in his freshman year and got a lot
What is
of run
Swift
as
there?
a freshman. Say what?
What is Swift there? DeAndre.
No. DeAndre was already gone, I believe.
Mm.
Yeah, I believe DeAndre Swift was already gone from Georgia by the time Travis Etienne got to Georgia.
Yeah, he was only a few years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Swift's actually been in the league. Man, what was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? He's played 6 years in the league, I believe, already. Yeah,
at least 6 or 7. Yeah, he's
Mm-hmm.
been there for a minute. He's been there for a minute because he's spent how long he's been with Chicago?
This is
Because
going
he
to be his
got
third
drafted by
year.
Philly.
This will be year number 3. He got drafted by the Lions, played there 2 or 3
That's
seasons,
right.
and then he went to the Eagles for a year, and then he went to the Bears. Yep.
Yeah. So this is about year 6 or 7 for him.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So number 5 is the reserve offensive line. Now this is a unit that I thought was going to potentially be a strength for us, and then all of a sudden, we got injury at left tackle. Before the draft, it didn't look like they really addressed it. I know Rasheed Walker came in. You don't really know what you're gonna get from him. Then we drafted a left tackle in the draft. Then Taylor Moton, is having his health issues. So now you got to swing Monroe Freeland over to the right tackle. K Mays left going to Detroit. So now you got Luke Fortner. You got Sam Heck backing him up, who I love. I love Sam Heck. So you got 3 of the 5 key positions that's like unknown. Then at the right guard position, you got Robert Hunt coming back from his tricep injury last year. So just talking about the starters, like I don't know if that unit is going to be as strong as we hope for. And now we having backups being injured. Brady Christensen is coming back from Achilles tendon. Sadiq Charles hurt his calf muscle the other day. So, that offensive line, if anybody know anything about me, I'm definitely trenches first. I study the offensive line more than anybody. I mean, that's what I do on the collegiate level is scout the offensive line.
Oh, nice.
So, I've been doing that for about going on 3 years.
Oh, that's
Going
awesome.
on 3 years. Yeah. So, the offensive line is definitely not looking, and I hate to say it, it's definitely not looking as promising as it once did. Carolina will play a mixed offensive line combination around Kenny Pickett and Haynes King Thursday night. The current depth chart includes reserve options such as Sam Heck and Nick Samak at center, Brady Christensen and Jatir Carter inside, Stone Forsythe, Ryan Hayes, and Albert Reese behind Monroe Freeling at right tackle. So the quarterbacks, running backs, and receivers cannot be evaluated fairly if protection repeatedly collapses because of communication errors. The reserve line does not have to dominate Arizona, it just must function. Carolina should evaluate the protection calls, center quarterback exchanges, handling stunts and movement, passing defenders between blockers, avoiding free rushers, limiting false starts or holding penalties, recovering after losing an individual rep, and keeping offense out of repeated long yardage situations. Now, I know that all sounds like a lot, but that's what you hope to see your offensive line, the reserves are willing to do. That's going to tell you what kind of depth is behind the starters. So yeah, Rashad, how you feel about the offensive line going into the game Thursday night? The reserves mainly, not the starters, just the reserves.
I mean, like you said, I don't like that. Those backup guys, other than Christensen and maybe Sam Hick, the center, the rest of those guys are like, I don't know. I think we're gonna be looking to hit the waiver wire once the preseason ends, unless those guys can show something. Because I ain't really heard nobody. Well, people don't really pay attention to the offensive line like that, but I ain't really heard of those guys in practice as far as their performances. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
as of right now, it's looking. It ain't looking nice right now. I'm with you. It ain't looking nice as of right now.
Right, Broski, what
I'm
you
I'm
think?
I'm, hoping- I'm hoping at least one of those guys can outperform what we think.
Okay, go ahead, Broski.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I agree with your overall philosophy. I think, I mean, I'm trenches first, and I would start with the O line. And like you said, with all the injuries on the O line, I mean, there's a very fine line between being a starter and being a backup. And if you get ravaged, like even if you're third on the depth chart at a position, hey, you never know, you might start some games. So evaluating the second and third stringers in these preseason games, I mean, it is meaningful. You do want to get those guys in rhythm, and you do want to make sure they can understand the offense and the protection calls and all that good stuff, and see them go out there and do it on the field and do it successfully. Because depth is an important piece to the O line.
Right, right. You're exactly right. Hey, shout out to Vietnam. He said, "Good morning, Tony Panther Nation, checking in from the first break. From first break, hey, what's going on, Vietnam? Appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. Vietnam is one of the VIP table members on my Patreon channel, so definitely got to shout him out. So, hey, appreciate you for tapping in and hit that like button for me. I know I didn't post anything in Patreon yesterday, but it will be some posts today fed down. So check it out, my guy. And also don't forget to support the show, y'all. Don't forget to support the show. Hey,
Hey,
appreciate it if
Tone,
you will. Yeah, go ahead, broski.
real quick, man, I got to drop, man. I got to get going. But thank
Okay.
you for having me on the show, man. It's always a pleasure. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too, man. Appreciate you for hopping on, broski. All right. But yeah, show love to the channel, man. There's like 72 people watching right now between the two channels. If you're enjoying the content this morning, hey, scan the QR code at the top right. Support the show. You can also hit the link in the YouTube chat. I would greatly appreciate that as well. Give, donate whatever your heart desires. Buy me a cup of coffee and a muffin this morning. That would mean a lot. I would greatly appreciate that. $25 is my daily goal. That's it, $25. So help me reach my daily goal, okay, guys? I greatly appreciate that. So we're going to go ahead and transition real quick into the halftime spotlight. All right, so Thursday we'll test Carolina's developmental depth. Seattle will eventually test Carolina's complete roster. The Panthers host the Seahawks week 17 on January 3rd, on Sunday, January 3rd, 2027 at Bank of America Stadium. Seattle is not simply another first place opponent. The Seahawks are the defending Super Bowl champions and represent the complete team standard Carolina is attempting to reach. Now, I attempted to talk about the Seahawks yesterday, but old Bryce Young definitely dominated the conversation yesterday, pretty much the whole time. So didn't get around to it, but we can get around to it today. So let me start with the facts first. Seattle returns quarterback Sam Darnold, offensive player of the year Jaxon Smith-Njigba, all 5 starting offensive linemen, and most of a defensive front that played a major role in the team's championship. The Seahawks added a larger offensive role for Rashid Shaheed and drafted running back Jadarian Price in the first round after Kenneth Walker left for Kansas City. Zach Charbonnet is working back from an ACL injury. All right. So Seattle is difficult because it has several paths to victory. The Seahawks can create explosive passes, run behind an experienced offensive line, disguise pressure, control the line of scrimmage, and force opponents to solve problems after the snap. Carolina cannot prepare for one star or one scheme. The Panthers must prepare for a complete operation. All right. So, Seattle returns most of a defensive front that helped the Seahawks win the Super Bowl. Mike McDonald's defensive structure is built around changing pressure appearances, creating uncertainty, and forcing quarterbacks and offensive lines to communicate. All right. So, Rashad, Carolina protection identity. I'm sorry. Can Carolina protection identify Seattle's pressure presentation?
Uh, I mean,
And what?
right now it is kind of because we got 2 new tackles, so it's like we got a rookie, we got Walker. I mean,
Yeah.
and then we got Fortner, the new center. I mean, right now for me, it's kind of wait to be seen. Because I mean, we haven't seen these guys together yet, so it's like you know, I like the guards. You know what I mean? Regardless of the help, I still think Robert Hunt. You know what I mean? He's Robert Hunt for a reason. I mean,
Right.
I'm just trying to see, coming off the injury, how he's doing. Because I think he he's been missing some days of practice with a back issue. So I think he got back to practice like the last practice they had. So it's really all depending on the tackles. I believe the inside is good. It's just the tackle that I'm kind of, I kind of wait and see with the tackles right now. But I like
I
I said,
understand that.
I would have started Freddie at left and put the veteran Walker at right to start off. Because me personally, I would rather, especially when you have a young guy like that, you know, they say the left side is the most important side. It's the blind side, yeah. But he was the first round draft pick for a reason, and it was a reason she Walker was still a free agent, so long, and they got the little cheap deal they got. But I was hearing some, I don't know who it was yesterday. It was saying something about he was projected to get like 20 million or something, like for 4 years, and that didn't happen. So
Yeah.
I mean, as of right now, I'm trying to see what the tackles going to look like right now. But I'm good with the
Was
inside. I'm good
Seattle?
with
Go
yeah.
ahead. No, I want to say
No, I was
Seattle does present a lot of problems defensively. Um, they come at you with different pressure packages. Like one thing they like to do instead of mugging the A gap with like 2 linebackers, simulated pressures, they'll mug the outside because they believe the strength of their defensive line is in in the middle. So they want to funnel you. They want to make you go towards the middle instead of bouncing it outside. So they want to lead you to Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy, those type of dudes that's in the middle. So you'll see Evan Worry on one side, and then you see Devin Witherspoon on the other. You know what I'm saying? So they main pressure package is coming off the edge. It doesn't necessarily come straight up the middle. So they come at you from all different ways, and they apply pressure all 4 quarters. It is a relentless pressure that they come at you with. They definitely come at you with a relentless pressure. So, um, the 4 things that I have up here. One is protect Bryce, so they got to be able to handle Seattle's pressure, like we were just discussing, and avoid long yardage situations. They got to limit explosive plays, control Jaxon Smith-Njigba, and account for Rashid Shaheed's vertical speed. All right. Um, establish the run, preserve play action, maintain the complete offensive call sheet, pressure with 4, disrupt Sam Darnold, and preserve coverage integrity. All right. So we just talked about 1. 2. Can Carolina control Jaxon Smith-Njigba without compromising the entire coverage? What do you think? What do you think about that, Rashad?
You said you said can they cover and Jigba without jeopardizing the coverage scheme?
Can they control Jackson Smith-Njigba without compromising the entire coverage?
I think so. I mean, we got you know two of the you know we got one of the best cornerback duos in the league. I think they should put J.C. Horn on him. Let J.C. Horn follow him around, and I think no, J.C. Horn he's a two-time Pro Bowler for a reason. I mean, he's a good cornerback, and and we all know Mike Jackson. For some reason, he always seemed to play good versus those NFC West teams. He picked off
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford 2 times last year. He picked off Sam Darnold. He always seemed to have good games versus those guys, and I think with J.C. Horn and I don't honestly think Mike Jackson can handle in Jigba 1-on-one like J.C. Horn can. But like as far as the
Hmm.
system, I think Mike Jack, the way he played the last 2 years, to me it seemed like he's mastered the system. So he's really really good in this system. But I think you know if they keep J.C. Horn on him for the majority of the game, I don't think they necessarily have to you know mess up the scheme or the integrity of the scheme or nothing like that. If you have Jason Horn, he can go 1-on-one or he can play the zone. I mean he can do it all. So I think we
Right.
can I think we can handle Njigba pretty good. I mean, but we played him last year and Jigba got no was that Olave? No I got him in
No,
Olave
we
messed
we
up.
we we
Oh,
we played Seattle last year. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba had like 9 catches for like 70 yards, something like that. We did keep him out the end zone, I do believe.
okay,
So
yeah, okay.
for someone of his caliber, someone with his talent, I would call that a win. As far as containing their number one offensive threat, which was Jackson Smith-Njigba, to hold him to 9 catches for like 70 yards. The dude almost had like 2,000 yards receiving on the year. So it ain't like he had a field day against us. So I would definitely chalk that up as a win. When it comes to containing him, and I think we'd be a little bit better this year in the secondary. Um, J.C. Horn and Mike Jack definitely another year up under their belt. Nick Scott, another year in the system. Hopefully, he can build off of last year, which I think was definitely better than his first year in Carolina. A lot of people in the fan base how they feel about Nick Scott and don't want him here, but you know, um, I think he played. I think he played good last year. I think he played good last year. So another year in the system, the added depth that we added on the back end. So I think we'll be all right. And we don't play them to week 17. So it's not like we play them early on in the season or anything like that. So we should be well conditioned and ready to go when we do play Seattle. Let me bring to the stage my guy, Red Feinbaum. What's happening, Red?
Greed, what's good with you this morning, bro? What's happening, brother Rashad, and everybody in the chat? How y'all doing today, man?
Man, I can't call it, man. I
Yo,
can't call it just another day trying to provide the wonderful people of Panther Nation with some good reporting. That's about it. What you been up
And
to?
that's what you do, man. I've been taking a little time, as you well know. Next month is the end of the fiscal year, man. So
Yeah.
it's always hard and heavy. The bosses want numbers that's unattainable, but but you better bust your ass trying to meet them. So
Yeah,
uh,
for real.
yeah, man. So the wife and I both, man, just kind of her knowing what it's like for me. We always take a little downtime, late July, early August. So I just been chilling, man. Been spending a lot of time taking a little leave and spending some time together, man. That's all agreed.
Okay. You been avoiding the internet?
Yeah. That's a part of what she requires of me.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
So you
that's
know how
definitely
that go, bro. You
understandable.
ready? Listen.
Yeah.
You left that alone quick, boy. You left that one alone quick, Tony.
Hey, ain't much conversation to be had when
No
when you
sir,
bring the
no
misses
sir.
into it. Yeah,
And Tony,
ain't
for
even
them
nothing
who
to really
don't
talk about.
understand that, either I feel sorry for them or I feel sorry for
Hmm.
them. You know what I'm saying? So either way
Yeah.
it goes.
Well,
Hey, but
well,
to
well,
what
well,
Rashad, man, Rashad done shocked me if I made this morning. Rashad is adding some.
okay.
Not that Rashad don't always add very good commentary. It's just plain nonsensical this morning with Rashad. I said, damn, I need to hit the link to ask Rashad what's going on. He ain't glazing too much. He ain't down. I don't know when the last time I heard Rashad like this, man.
I feel like I've always liked this for real. I mean,
No, no,
I say good
no,
words
I
to her
can't
though.
say that. I can't say that,
Well,
Shot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But
Can't
yeah,
say that.
I
hey,
damn sure been looking for you. I damn sure been looking for you. Yeah, 'cause I done seen them injuries hitting y'all hard too. I'm like, shit,
Hmm?
goddamn, red like one. I said them injuries, the injury bug been hitting
Oh
y'all
yeah,
hard.
I don't talk about them too much because they come to every team, man. You know,
Yeah,
you take the field with who's helping. That's the way it go. And one of the reasons why I don't care too much for preseason, but I understand how necessary it is. You feel me?
hmm
So, but interesting Rashad, and not to get too much into that because I know that's not the portion of the show where Tony is. But I tell you this, man, I did think about it. And one thing that did come to my mind is the importance of not just depth when we say next man up, but quality depth. You want to have replacement level depth. And what I mean by that is,
facts.
not just somebody who can line up, oh, hey, next man, get in there, get in there. All right, so yeah, that's depth. That's the next man up. Tony, you feel what I'm saying? But when you say replacement
Oh
level,
yeah.
where the team doesn't experience a significant drop off, you know? You got to
Facts.
have that
Bingo.
man behind them starters, Tony. And Shaq.
Yes. And that's something that I have tried to get people to understand when we talk about the depth at certain positions. Like for Carolina, you can't compare the depth behind the inside linebackers, to the depth that's behind the outside linebackers. You know what I'm saying? That's those are totally different depth charts. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's a difference. It's a difference in rolling off the couch and hitting the floor than as opposed to just jumping off the second story, of a building.
That's right.
That's a big difference. You know
The
what I'm
hell of a
saying?
drop off.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why we're trying to get people to understand, because not just in the NFL, but it also happens in college, high school. You want to have a 2 deep rotation,
That's right.
even if your backups aren't starters. You want them to be good enough to where they can be looked at as a starter that's just not starting.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. You know what I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
saying? You don't want to just throw a guy out there and say, oh, well, we got so-and-so, let's just throw him out there just the plug a position and hope we go for the best. Well,
Yeah.
if that's how you feel, then you already done messed up.
And, and Tony, to that point, and no disrespect to you, Rashad, but I do differ with you quite a bit when you mention playing your critical starters. Like when people talk about, oh, I want to see the quarterback get out there. Okay, all right. He need to get hit a certain amount. Oh, I mean, I understand if that's the way that you feel, but economically, fiscally, that's not responsible.
Right.
And you know what? People can talk that shit about quarterbacks, and I'm not calling on anyone in particular, because I'm in no position with my 2 potential starting quarterbacks to take a shot at anybody. But what I'm saying is, it is such a specialized position, and it carries so much responsibility that people act like, oh fuck, if the starter get hit, just Joe Burrow go down, just roll in the next man. Nah, Joe Burrow go down, you pretty much can kiss the hopes that you had for your season away. Pretty much. I ain't saying that it won't happen, but
Right.
if you go to Vegas and play the odds, you better put your odds on a losing record. And now you can plug in any other starting quarterback across the NFL that you want to. I ain't took no shot. I ain't called no name. But you plug in any other starter, because the drop off between what a team can pay their starter and the next man up, you're not going to get the same product on the field. Like Tony said, you ain't finna roll off an air mattress onto the floor 18 inches and a second level quarterback. You try it. Wake up. See how you wake up in the morning. Yeah, roll off of that second story building. See how you wake up.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey,
So you went. So
I try.
you went and played him now.
Say what, Rashad?
No, I'm not saying that. They and even quarterbacks will tell you that they don't feel like the season has begun until they get hit a few times. But I think, like Tony said, the best situation is scrimmaging. That's the best situation.
No.
Hold on, Rashad. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you this. Kevin Stefanski mentioned in his press conference that his plan is to play the starters some. He said, but he would have more information as to when that's going to happen. He won't play them in the weeks that they have scrimmage against the team, because there won't be a need to. They'll get all the necessary reps with their ones during those weeks. He said, but traditionally, week 1, they'll see some action. And he didn't say it, but I could tell all the other comments that he made was, if something unfortunate happens, then you've got about 3 weeks to get them ready to go again. He said, then the way our schedule breaks down, we have scrimmages against the team we play week 2. He said you won't see them in that preseason game. And week 3, they may have like a little dress rehearsal. So I like that because Raheem came in here with that mindset. He don't play his starters at all. And I did not like that. So although I agree with you a little bit, Rashad, you got to be real careful. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 series is all you need to see your starters for. Fuck that.
The whole preseason?
Some starters, get them out of there after that.
You talking about the whole
What'd you say, Rashad?
2 or 3? No, he said he only want to see 1 or 2 series. I'm talking about the whole preseason or just in that first preseason game?
The whole preseason. No. And say like in this case, we're down to 3. So okay, so let me take y'all. All right, let's keep it Panther specific. I can do that. I'm honest enough. Your starters, as y'all already know, and y'all's head coach have told y'all, you're not gonna see them in this Hall of Fame game. Why would anybody expect that? No team ever in the Hall of Fame game plays their starters. You want him to be some sort of new stupid fool? That ain't gonna happen. If you're looking for that, you need to. I don't know what to tell you. Once the head coach done told you, it ain't gonna happen. All right. So week 2, and I see Will just put in there. Y'all have 2 joint practices. Now, Will, I don't know if that's against 2 teams or 1 with the same team, but I agree that you don't see your starters in that preseason game when they've had 2 joint practices already. What's the need?
Yeah, we have joint practices with the Texans and the Jaguars.
Okay, so for those 2 preseason games, my take, Rashad, is you don't need to play.
Hold on right quick. You go ahead, Tom. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, my take is, and this just Red Swarm, ain't got shit to do with what Dave Canales is going to do for y'all fans. But my take is you don't need to see your starters when they've had those scrimmage games, which are, if you ask players, more intense, and they get to see more in those scrimmage games.
Exactly.
So I understand the fans want to see it, Tony. You feel what I'm saying? But this man got to manage a whole season, not just 30 minutes of a production for fans to say, oh, I'm happy I saw that on TV. Okay, forget that. Maybe that other preseason game, you get 2 or 3 series from your starters. 2, if they click right off the bat, drive down the field, boom, 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 in the end zone, give you a second one. If the second one looks a little stagnant, maybe we give you a third. But after that third one, fuck that. Because most teams only get 2 or 3 series in a quarter anyway, if you're lucky. So that's it. That's all you need to see your starters. And that's a big enough risk right there. Anything beyond that, I don't know what sort of depth that we talked about earlier, Tony, you got behind your starters, but you better be loaded with that risk.
Right. That that's same thing I said earlier when I was. Go ahead, Rashad. Go ahead.
No, that's what I was saying. Like, I'm not saying put him in the Hall of Fame. What I'm saying is that first official preseason game, I want to see him for like at least 1 or 2 series. In that third preseason game, I want to see him in there for at least 2 or 3 series. That's what I want to see. That last game, I know they ain't gonna play. It's only the first 2, not the Hall of Fame, but the first 2 versus the Bills and the Jags. Even though they do got a joint practice with the Jags.
Yeah, but what he's saying though, the same thing I said to you earlier though, Rashad. Outside the Hall of Fame game, we got 3 preseason games, and 2 of those teams we have joint practices with, and typically in the league, when the starters are getting the bulk of the reps in the joint practices, because it's like a glorified controlled scrimmage, you will not see them in the preseason game. They're going to utilize that time to continue evaluating the reserves, the backups, people that's trying to make the team, trying to be on special teams. They're trying to figure out what their 16-man practice squad is going to be. Like there's a whole lot of evaluation that goes on in those preseason games that they don't really get the opportunity to do in joint practices because that is geared towards more of the starters.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying like they got the Hall of Fame game and they got the last game, which is versus the Houston Texans. And then if you think about it,
Mm-hmm.
one or two series, 2 or 3 series, that's maybe a quarter at the most. If you think about ball control, how much time they run off the clock. Hell, it may only be 2 series, but I want to see at least one series versus the Bills, and I want to see at least 2 or 3 series versus the Jaguars. Even though we do play a lot, I get what y'all saying. I don't know if y'all get what I'm saying.
No, I do, but I still disagree with you though. I mean, I still disagree
Okay.
with you. I
Yeah, I
and
mean,
I think it was set up well. I think the risk is just too great, man. You know what? And I'm gonna say this yesterday, man. And that's why, like I said earlier, when you hit me with this when I came on, and even though I didn't go into depth, I try to address it. My dog, Jonte Rozier, is in the chat, and he talked about the depth that we have behind the pass rushers, and I agree with that. We had big plans for Jalen Walker this season, and I was a little bit deflated, when I got the news yesterday. And I know y'all can relate to this because, in essence, very similar to the seasons that he and Nick Scorton for y'all had last year. I mean,
Right.
Jalen had 5.5 sacks, Nick had 5. They both emerged as big potential play guys in y'all's defensive scheme. They were counting on Jalen to be used a lot, actually, to play him to be the replacement kind of for Caden Ellis in Jeff Ulbricht's scheme. I'm not going to lie to you. I felt that blow, but at the same time, you have to know that you've got to be able to replace that. Now, what's the sense of continuing to run the risk? And this is where I differ with you at Rashad. Running the risk, and I'm not saying that putting them on the sideline and bubble wrap. They're still going through preseason training. But, man, just unnecessarily putting your starters out there for 2 quarters when other teams may be evaluating their rosters.
whoa. I ain't saying 2 quarters. I said series.
And you're saying in each game?
2 series, yeah.
In each game, in each of them other 3 preseason games in y'all case.
No. Not the last game. Not the final preseason. I'm talking about the 2 games, the first one and the second one, not the third.
All right, so let's be specific.
2.
Now, Tony and Will have already told you that y'all have scrimmages against those teams. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah. You're saying you would still like to see the starters on the field some in the actual preseason televised game.
Yeah.
I still differ with you, and it's unnecessary because now, and I don't know if you know this, you probably do, but the coaches meet prior to these scrimmages. And like Tony said, they have a script. They go over, this is what we're trying to accomplish. This is what we need to see from your offense or from your defense. And they throw it at them.
That's what I don't like.
Okay, that's fine. I get that. But the players do. Because they beat up on each other as teammates in their preseason. You see scuffles and fights. They like to at least go against different players from a different team. It helps them get their intensity up for a game environment, but it's more controlled. In a preseason game, it's not controlled. You put Jonathon Brooks, Bryce, Ted out there, and somebody else got their rookies in that second series that's hungry to make a name for themselves. And somebody, when Ted goes up for a catch, somebody just take his leg out from under him, hurt his shoulder. Now you're missing your star receiver for 6 games. You're going to be pissed off. You can say what you want to say this morning, But until that scenario plays out, I'm telling you, Shop, you're gonna be pissed off.
Okay.
Yeah,
I put it like this.
that's true.
I would just go ahead and do I guess do what most coaches do, I guess. I mean, if the opposing team is gonna play their starters for a series, I would play mine for a series. But I mean, I just would just throw the back or drop it. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying though,
Yeah.
yeah, because I wouldn't want to start it out there versus some damn backups. But yeah.
So Rashak Eternal said basically Rashak is saying for 3 years straight we started the season slow. Is that what is that pretty much sums it up
Yeah,
what you're trying to say, Rashak?
yeah, yeah,
Right. And I
yeah,
get that. And I
I can see
understand
that.
that. But I think there was a lot more to it than whether we played the stars enough in the preseason as to why we started 0-2. So I think if we are honest about the situation in its totality, there's more to it than whether Bryce played enough or didn't play enough, or the,
That's a
the the
fact.
starters played enough or didn't play enough in the preseason. I think there's other factors that goes into it. Because then, like Red Swan was saying, well, if you go out there and you play your starters a little bit more, extra series or extra 5 or 7 plays, and something was to happen to your starters in
I
those
get it.
extra 5 or 7 plays after they already done gave you plenty of work in joint practice. So I get, like we said, we get what you're saying as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
I understand exactly
Yeah,
where you coming from,
yeah.
yeah.
but what we're trying to
Okay.
say is it doesn't add up based on what teams typically do in the preseason when they have joint practices. That's where they starters get all the work. And because
Yeah,
you hear coaches tell you or say we play between 50 to 60 snaps in the joint practice. Well, that's almost equivalent to a full game. So why would
Yeah.
you go out there and add another 2 series or 1 series, which may be you don't know what the series may be. It may be 3 downs, or it may end up being 12 downs. You don't know. But why would you run the risk of your starters out there playing against another team's backup or reserves and people that's trying to make the team, and then something
no, I
happened to
don't want
one
it
of your
like that.
players?
No.
Right. So,
What,
but
what I'm gonna
but
say,
but that's what was. Go ahead.
no, what I'm gonna say is, I got a question for both of y'all, then one for real. Now,
Okay.
the
Hold
what
hold that
first
hold
one I'm
hold it
gonna ask
hold
for
that
y'all.
quick. Hold that thought
Okay.
real quick. Let me welcome my brother from another tip drill, Will Robinson, to the panel. What's going on, Will?
Hey fellas, how are you, man? Hey,
What's
I was
good,
listening
Great
to the
Beard?
good morning.
Oh,
I was listening to the conversation, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I wanted to just for your audience, I wanted to kind of illustrate, well, kind of bring you into what a joint practice looked like. So I know Rashad, you said that you don't like that it's scripted and all of that, right? But let me explain to you
yeah,
what they do at a joint practice. They have two fields. Their one's offense versus our one's defense. Their one
Mm-hmm.
defense against our one offense. Two different
Mm-hmm.
fields. They will say they'll blow the horn and they have the script, like not scripted plays, but they'll
Right.
be like, we're gonna start your offense on the 25. We're gonna see if you can drive against us. They don't know if they're gonna run, pass, nothing.
Right.
Then they might go to the next set of drills. They might say, "We got you across the 40. We want to keep you out of field goal range."
Right.
And then
Work
they'll
some red
offer good,
zone.
good on good. And they'll put them in the red zone. They'll back them up and then start all over again. And the defense is being tested. Our defense is being tested in many different schemes
okay.
against
I get
their
it now. I
ones.
get it now. I get it now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so they end up running 50, 60 plays against each other. Good on goods. The twos and the threes are just damn handing them water and shit.
Pretty
They
much.
might change out. They might change out personnel, stuff like that. You know what I mean? The offense may change out receiving packages, all that stuff. The twos may get in, but it is their ones versus our ones.
Right.
And what that does is they tell the other team, we're not here to injure each other, but we are here to have an intense practice. And basically, the defense is on the field pretty much the whole quarter, a whole half of a game, and the offense is on the field a whole half of a game. And they might take a break, drink water, all that other stuff, and they hit it all over again. That is far more productive in getting your team ready for week one than it is 2 series in a game. In a preseason game, which you don't know who you're going to get on the other side of the field, that type stuff. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead with your 2 questions that you have, Rashad.
Okay, the first one on my ass is okay. Now with the joint practice, this say we do all that. We do the joint practices with the Jaguars. We get those 60 plays in, do all that, and the Jaguars coach said, you know what, Dave, I wanna play my starters for a series. Would you play? Would you start them in? Would you say, nah, I'm not gonna risk it and just play the backups? And I think it like y'all said, I do think they talk to each other. What you gonna do? You gonna play the start of the series or not? And if a coach say nah, then they won't do it. But in the second question, I want to ask Reed, because y'all don't got no quarterbacks, right? Well, y'all got 2. They say if you got 2 quarterbacks, you ain't got none. Would
Well,
you play
that's not
2?
entirely true. We have 4 right now on the roster, but go ahead.
Would you play your started? Well, Penny's not gonna be ready for another 4 weeks, so he out of it anyway. But would you play Tua in any of those preseason games, knowing his injury history?
Okay, I would. And as I said earlier, when I was responding to this in Kevin Stefanski's press conference, he planned.
Hey, Will, hold on, Red. Will,
Okay,
turn your volume down a little because you hear Red reverbing. Go ahead, Red.
Yeah. So directly, Rashad, you asked me if I would. So my personal opinion is yes. And also, Falcons fans should expect that Kevin Stefanski will, because he said that he will. And let me say this. I get that your question was about the quarterback, but I'm talking about starters too. All right? Yeah. I don't know if that gets missed by people sometimes. We get so heavy into the quarterback conversation, and rightfully so, because the teams will go as their quarterbacks go. So
Quarterback conversation was real good yesterday, Red. You should have been here.
Yeah, I went back and played some of it last night, Tony, man. I hate I missed it. Boy, I hate I missed it, man. But y'all handled it well, as of course, because you keep that direction and that flow. And some people call that guidance. You can call it what you want to call it. But it makes for good listening, because you don't spend 40 minutes to an hour with that, what we call that sort of behavior. Yeah.
Go ahead with your thought, though. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would, Rashad. And when it comes to Tua, absolutely. For a lot of reasons. One, he's on a new team and a new system, and not just Tua needs the reps against a different team, but Drake London, Bijan, Kyle Pitts, the offensive line, all of those guys, Jesse Bates, Xavier Watts, the Terrell brothers, all of those players need those reps against another team. So I would say starters, a couple of series in the preseason.
As far as like the first 2 preseason games, or just one?
No, same script that I told you earlier. The weeks that we play, we have those scrimmages against the team. You don't need to see them then. You don't need to see him. You don't need to see him.
Okay, that's it.
And Rashad, I'm not accusing you of this because I think that your thoughts and what you have expressed is deeper than what I'm going to say. But if a lot of fans were to, look themselves in the mirror, that's strictly for their curiosity. It ain't got nothing to do with how the team may be training to get ready to start the season or to play football for the coming season. That's just for their viewership and their curiosity. They want to see what it looks like. And I would say, sit your young, impatient ass down and wait 2 or 3 weeks. The season will be done started. See, that's a young man mentality. And when you get older and you're mature, you develop a bit of patience. You say, hell, I haven't waited this long. I can wait 2 or 3 more weeks. I'm happy if the players
I get what you're saying. Like, I want to see him play, but at the same time, like you said, I want to see what they can do as far as like on the field. But I ain't trying to risk no injury. But it's like, because back in you remember back in those 2000s, like this ain't the 2000s no more. But they used to, you know what I'm saying? They used to like play at least first preseason game they wouldn't play. Then the second one they'll play like a quarter, and then in the third one they'll play like a half. And then
they come out. They come out to start the third quarter. I remember all that. Of course, I remember that. So that they can see how teams come out of halftime. And somewhere along the way,
but they didn't have.
The Players Association decided, you know what I'm saying? We're running up the injuries, no matter what you see now. I guarantee you that was part of their argument when they went to the bargaining tables against owners who know that they're going to lose a little bit of fan interest when they don't play starters in the preseason. Part of the Players Association argument was, we're trying to protect our players. Look at what's happening in these preseason games.
So, they didn't have joint practices back in the day either.
Yeah.
Will, we need you to turn your mic up some, bro.
Oh,
I can't hear you.
Yeah, we can hardly hear you.
Okay, let me work on it.
All right. So there's there's no right or wrong really in this conversation. We like we said, Rashad, we definitely get what you're saying. But we just laid out to you what is typically happening right now in the NFL and why it's happening.
Yeah. See, like the first question I asked, I really answered my own damn question because when I was talking about it, I did say the coach when who said it, like the coaches do talk, so I'm pretty sure before every game they already know if they're gonna play the starter or not. So it's basically what they agree on type stuff. You know what I mean? If they agree to play a series, then they'll play a series. If they don't, then they won't. Mm-hmm. So it's not like one coach like I'm gonna throw my thought out there. The other coaches just randomly like, oh, well, I'm not gonna play mine. And it's like they talk, so they know. So yeah.
Real quick, Will, before you jump in. So Jay Issue says, so should preseason be canceled? What would you say to that, Will?
It's about money, baby. So, if you look at Bank of America Stadium and you look at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, it's not about how many people sitting in them seats at preseason games. All them season ticket holders have bought them seats, them games. So I'll give you a great example. I love it when we only have one preseason game, because we only got one home preseason game this year. So I only had to buy one preseason game. I can't give those tickets away. I literally cannot give them away. So the ownership,
I was home, you can definitely give it to me. Shit.
I'm serious, but
No, that's right,
but the
Tony.
ownership, the owners of the teams get their gate ticket prices were paid for that game in June. July is where I think July is the last payment. If you do payments or July, I think July 1st is the last payment that you got to make on your tickets. So the game is already paid for. So also people also have to realize that when they say, "Oh man, there was nobody in the stadium for a Panther game when we was 2-15 or whatever," the gate prices were already paid for.
Yeah.
And so when people say, "Oh, they brought Cam Newton back so people can come to the stuff so they can get people to buy tickets," it was already paid for. So as a in short, I think that I wish there wasn't any preseason game. I just wish they did joint practices and then start the season. But they're not going to do that because that's you getting rid of tens of millions of dollars just in gate prices.
If they take over the preseason game, then they gonna make them regular season. They just gonna add more regular season. If they take away
No,
two preseason games, they just gonna add two more games.
I think they're going to end up being two preseason games and 18 regular seasons games is what I think it will end up ultimately being in this collective bargaining agreement.
I think so too, Will. They're gonna do a 1-for-2 swap with the owners because the owners are, and you're right, Will. Fuck what you talk about this owner loving this player and then how this man. I'm gonna tell you something. Tell me how many of the NFL owners aren't businessmen before they bought their clubs. They do other things outside of
I can't
football,
tell you
y'all.
one.
Thank you, Tony. They do other things besides football. Yeah,
Right.
they're fun. Yeah. Arthur Blank was famous for pushing Mike Vick on the sideline in a wheelchair. But when Mike Vick got his ass in trouble, you didn't see Arthur Blank saying, "Fuck the league," I want him right back after he get out of prison or whatever else. He moved on.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll tell you like this. I'll tell you like this. An even better example of business business over football. How the hell Lamar Jackson didn't get nobody to want to sign him when he was a restricted free agent?
yeah,
Because they all talked to each other, said, we need to control the quarterback market and how much they're getting
market.
paid.
Preach, preach, preach.
So no matter how you think we wouldn't want Lamar Jackson in Carolina? We need a
Right.
quarterback at the time. So did the
Yep.
Falcons.
Yep.
So
Yep.
business
And they weren't going to let it be another situation that they had with Deshaun Watson.
correct. And like I said yesterday, in business, if you want a friend, buy a dog. Because there
I
are
heard
no
that,
friends in
Will.
business.
Yeah.
Right. No.
And that's what it boils down to. We are seeing, and Will, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's an amicable compromise. The owners get to keep that revenue, and the Players Association gets to quote unquote protect their players from the nonsensical, even distasteful view of the fans when we lose a star player in the preseason. So
And you'll only have one
Shout
home
out-
preseason game.
that's it.
Yeah. Shout out to Gary Jones 5580 who says Seattle in the house. Well, we appreciate you being in the house, Gary. Thank you for tapping in. Hit that like button.
World champion.
Subscribe and join the morning kickoff Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you are in Seattle, actually, I know that's probably about 4 o'clock in the morning for you. I ain't gonna go in like I wanted to just now when you said Seattle in the house, because we got a whole season to get to that point, Gary. But hey, we don't mind if you be a regular around here. So make sure you come on back. Now don't let this be the only time that we get to see you this season now. All right. Definitely appreciate that. So just talking about Seattle real quick, well, before we move on. Up here is just two things. What things that I feel like we need to do. We need to protect Bryce. We need to limit explosive plays. We need to be able to pressure and get home with 4, and we need to establish the run. So Will, when you see these 4 things, what two things stand out to you the most that Carolina need to do in order to be successful
Hey,
against the
Tom.
Seahawks? Yeah, what's up, Rashad?
Hey, I'm about to get up out of here, y'all. Red, Will.
Okay,
Hey, I'm
man.
gonna be listening though. I'm gonna let
All
y'all
right,
Hey, I
go.
appreciate
Rashad.
you for hopping on this morning, man. Appreciate you for being here.
I for sure. Hey, y'all subscribe, like. I fuck with this goddamn morning kickoff shit. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I'll let y'all boys.
Already.
Shock, I meant what I said, boy. Meant what I said, man.
I,
It was
man,
good
go
listening
ahead,
to
Red. How
you this morning.
you,
You seem to be
yeah, all
focused.
right, yeah, all right.
You wasn't back and forth between
Oh
two
yeah.
phones. I guess you got rid of that Obama phone. But yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, hey, hey, it's working a little better. But go ahead, Red. Hey, you better be
Oh,
ready
two
week
phone.
2. That was
Oh,
good.
two phone Rashad. Oh, two phone Rashad.
Hey,
I heard you.
you better be worried
All
about
right,
week
Rashad.
2.
We'll
That's what you
holler.
better be worried about.
No, you
All
better
right,
be worried about
I'll let
your
y'all,
wife
bro.
finding out about that second
All right,
phone. That's who better
we'll
be
holler
worried.
at you,
Not going
Rashad.
about your business now. I'm not worried about weeks. You better be worried about your old lady finding out you got 2 phones.
Oh, here you.
Yeah. How about that? I know everybody heard that. He must think I'm some sort of new dummy. I ain't that old. 2 phones. Who the hell? What?
Oh my God. Will,
Yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead and answer the question, man. For Red get started. You know how you do. God,
So
dog.
so I think that we got to be able to handle their pressure packages.
Facts.
They treated they they exploited the line of scrimmage against us. I I do not know how we were still in that game. We were still in that game. We were still a 1 possession game going into the fourth quarter.
It was three,
We
three,
played them.
three, 3-3. At halftime.
Correct. I we it was a lot closer of a game than the final score projected that displays at the end. So I think part of that was the pressure packages. I mean, they simulate pressure, they bring pressure. It's like Carolina couldn't really identify the mic. We gonna have to do better against that.
Right.
And then I think that um controlling JSN, I think that is key to limited explosive plays as JSN. However, lastly, I don't know what Seattle run game is going to look like. So in order to control JSN, you're gonna have to um you're gonna have to stop their run game. That is a key to lock in pass protections against JSN. So I just and I mean stopping the run with 4. I mean stop the run with
Right.
5. A linebacker, 4 down linemen, stop the run. That's the way that we stop and control JSN. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Real quick before you go, Red.
Yeah.
Listen, we've been here 2.5 hours now. Nobody has showed love to the channel. I would greatly appreciate if you guys would show love to the channel. I'm gonna put the QR code up here one more time. Scan the QR code, show support for the show. The link is also in the YouTube chat, pinned at the top. You can click that link, send a PayPal gift, if you will. I would greatly appreciate it. If you're watching through Carolina Armchair GM CJ's channel, you can also send a super chat. Now, like I said, I work hard to try to put this show together each and every day, 5 days a week. Be there for you 7 a.m. Eastern time. Show a little love back to the channel. I greatly appreciate it. My goal is just $25 each day. Again, I'm not trying to break the bank or pay no rent or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So whatever you donate definitely goes back towards the channel to improve the channel and make the channel better, so I can keep providing you guys with great content 5 days a week. So I would greatly appreciate it if you guys would do that. Go ahead, Red.
Yeah, man. For me, I think y'all's defense. If you were to ask me today, what has to happen? And the question, just to be clear, Tony, what do y'all have to do in order to present well against Seattle?
What are the two things that Carolina must do from the four things on the board on the screen here?
All right.
What are two things that Carolina must do to pull out a victory against Seattle?
Let's see. I think y'all definitely got to get pressure with 4, so that it aids the back end in limiting explosive plays. If you get pressure with 4, I think the limit explosive plays kind of comes with that more naturally. Y'all have, and everybody knows this, y'all have one of the top 3 cornerback duos in my estimation in the NFL. So if y'all get pressure on the front end, y'all let them 2 boys do what they need to do on the back end. And then I would say, even more so than establishing the run, because that's a taller task. But I think if y'all's offensive line can protect Bryce, y'all will fare well against the Seahawks, both defensively and offensively. But yeah, so I would say protect Bryce and pressure with 4.
Okay. So my last question on this is, and Will, you go first. Is Seattle a bad matchup for Carolina, or the clearest measuring stick for the Panthers rebuild?
I think it's a measuring stick. I don't think it's a bad matchup,
Right.
because when you just look at their passing attack and our pass defense, it's a clear measuring stick. Can we get pressure? Can we stop their number 1 and their number 2 receiver? And then on the offensive side of the ball, from our offensive perspective, can we run the ball and can we protect Bryce on a drop back and complete the pass, keep the sticks moving, control the game through the clock? Can we do those
Right.
things? Those are clear measuring sticks against the defending Super Bowl champion, who is reloaded. They had some additions, but they've had some subtractions, but they've had some additions as well. So to me, it's a clear measuring stick.
Okay. Red, what you think?
I would say that it is more of, now, what was the other one besides, and Tony, I apologize, I had to take a phone call. I'm up here talking about Red Shop and look at my ass. I know I got the measuring stick part, but what was the other one? A test?
Is Seattle a bad matchup for
Oh,
Carolina, or the clearest measuring stick for the Panthers rebuild?
yeah, it's a bad matchup. I think that a team with those first place teams that y'all play, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about that, the Seahawks, the Eagles, and I guess the Broncos. Defensively, the Broncos and the Seahawks are bad matchups for y'all. And offensively, the Seahawks are a bad matchup for y'all because they score nearly 10 points more than y'all put up on average. So that's a bad matchup. I would say that a team like the Eagles is a clear sort of definitive test as to where y'all line up at among the league's best first place teams. But I think of the three, the Seahawks and the Broncos are bad matchups. I think a good test for y'all to see where your team is now would be like the Eagles. And the reason I use all three of those teams is because they're first place teams like you guys are. And I think if you're looking to see have you arrived as a true first place contending team, then you pull out those three teams. So the other two are bad matchup. I think Philly would be a test to see where y'all are at.
Okay. All right. That's
Hey,
cool.
Tony, can I add one thing?
Yeah. Go ahead, Will.
Red, would you rather play the Seahawks or the Rams?
Right now, I would rather play the Seahawks.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Let me tell you why. You, as well as I, know that the Rams possess a juggernaut. They are, in most analysts' view, the number one ranked team preseason coming into the season because of the addition of Myles Garrett. And there is much talk that Aaron Donald is going to return for a full season. So you can take lightly what I said, but I would much rather play the Seahawks with the losses that they have. And I watched them, by the way, last night on Hard Knocks. I would much rather face them than this Los Angeles Rams team that they're planning to roll out this year.
That's what I'm getting at. So you would, so you would much rather face the Seahawks than face the LA Rams, correct?
Again, yes, that's what I said.
Okay. So everybody, when they be talking about this first place schedule and you got the first place, I don't really want to hear that. And the second thing, whether people believe it or not, the Eagles has lost quite a bit this offseason. Now they defense still good. They've lost quite a bit on offense, but the Cowboys are reloaded. Most people project the Cowboys to come out of the East. So to say, oh, you got a first place schedule and you playing the Eagles and everybody playing, goddamn Buford High School, and you guys are playing the Eagles. That first place schedule thing is, in my opinion, is a lot less tenable. Because the last thing I'll say about this, and I thank you for letting me deviate a little bit, Tony, we play the Broncos. Who do y'all play? I think y'all play
Kansas City.
the Chiefs, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so are you saying that, that's you know what I mean? It's not as if
So
this is
let me
something.
cut through it.
Hold on. Let me just say this last piece.
Okay.
It's not as if this first place schedule thing that people are using, as I'm talking about Panther fans who are defeatists and are non-warriors, because warriors don't think like that are defeatists. But we got a first place schedule, man, we're gonna get our ass whooped. Those people are not what warriors are made of. And they didn't even look at anything else past who you playing. So I just wanted to pause that right there. But thank you for letting me deviate, Tony.
No problem. Go ahead, Red. You
May I
want
have
to say
an
something?
opportunity? Yeah. So
Yeah.
I get what you were trying to point out, Will, and maybe I did open Pandora's box. Well, I didn't open it. Maybe I cracked it a little bit when I mentioned, much that was being made about the first place schedule. I can see how, that might have rubbed you a little bit the wrong way. But I did make an attempt to answer the question that was posited by saying, of the first place teams that y'all play. And let me just ask real quickly. This is not to stir anything, but you do play first place teams in those three, correct?
Yes, we played the winner of each one of those divisions.
Okay, so I was trying to remain straight line with my response to Tony when he asked about a challenge or just a test. And I keep using the term challenge. That wasn't what he said. Forgive me, Tony.
Right.
But that's how I chose to line it up. Now I get where you're saying, hey, you want to minimize this conversation about the difficulty of those first place teams, but that's not what I was trying to answer to.
Right.
So,
No, you are unfortunate casualty of this, Red. That wasn't for you. That was for all them Panther fans. That be the first thing that come out their mouth is we gonna win 4 games because we play in the first place schedule.
Right.
That's
and Will, as a gentleman, let me say this. I agree with you. You can look up and down that and say for the Buccaneers, who have to play those second place teams, being the I guess the Rams, as we play the 49ers, okay, hooray.
Rams, Chargers.
Yeah.
They got to play Rams.
And the Cowboys. And we draw Jaden Daniels, a healthy Jaden Daniels. We draw the 49ers, and we draw Patrick Mahomes, who's out there ahead of schedule. So I agree with you, Will, when you say there's not that much difference in those teams. But will you agree with me when I say there's not that much difference in our 3 teams, which each finished with an 8-9 record?
Exactly. I don't disagree. That's what I'm saying is we all left the division 8-9 last year.
Mm-hmm.
What will be the true test of the tape for our division this year?
Yeah.
Is who beat each other.
Yep.
Not
I agree.
Who got the first place schedule.
Yep. I agree.
Yep.
I agree.
My bad.
I think that's what's going to decide our division. Is how we fare interdivision against one another. That's what's going to decide this division.
Mm-hmm.
Look at y'all two agreeing. Won't he do it?
Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
Yes, he will.
Won't he do it?
Yeah.
Look, Red didn't like that. That hurt him to his heart. That hurt him to his heart.
It did. Tony, you know it did, Greek. You know damn well it did. Oh, gray beard. God damn it.
Hey, but that was just for everybody else, in general, Tony, that's been saying a lot, have been making so much of the first place schedule thing.
Yeah.
And then also, Tony, I gotta send you, before I forget, I need to send you an article that was written by Scott Fowler about Bryce. I'll send it to you. I don't know if you got a subscription to the Charlotte Observer, but if you don't,
No, I don't.
I think I can. If you don't, I think I can screenshot it in a way where the article is not that long, but it's a really good article about Bryce and the practice that's been going on. I think it'll be good information for you as you build content for your next series of next week or something like that. You might think about. But anyway.
Okay. I'll check it out. So we get to our last.
Boys,
What'd you say, Red?
I said big season loading for them boys, both he and CJ. Big season loading for them, man.
Oh, you talking about me and CJ? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. When you said CJ, I thought you was talking about a player or something like that. I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the hope. You know me, just starting out back over again. You know, so you know, just trying to remain patient and keep doing what I'm doing, and think things will come to me eventually. You know,
I think it's
so,
gonna be a blockbuster season, though,
Hey,
Tony. Because you
that
know how we roll out when the season gets started. Motherfuckers is up early. We all over the internet looking for stuff, man. So
yeah,
I like the lane and the slot that you in.
yeah.
But we don't have to get into the details of it for what it provides you, but I can see it. I can see the angle. And Tony, I think it's gonna be big for you, man.
I appreciate that.
yeah,
I appreciate it. What you
I
gonna say,
think so.
Will?
Yeah, that's some guys and a guy in the chat like whose house? Well, the 49ers say it's
Oh
their house
yeah,
because every time y'all play the 49ers at home, the 49ers take over y'all stadium. So whose house? I guess
Juice
is the
Man,
Rams house unless you play in the
Juice Man,
49ers.
5'6"
Unless y'all playing the
Yeah,
Niners. And the 49ers are upset because the Rams home game against them is in Australia or something like that. So they was like, they
Mm.
sick us taking over their stadium, so we gotta go all the way to Australia to whoop their ass.
Damn.
Oh
oh
wow.
wow.
So so I'm just letting that's NFC West beef. Just throwing
Yeah,
that at there because he put the Who's house in here. Just thought I'd give some
yeah.
context around the Who's house thing.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. You know, hey, I'm gonna put it up there, but I didn't feel no need to address it. It was nothing, no need. It was nothing to address. So hey, fan for your team. How you fan for your team? I ain't tripping. I ain't tripping.
Hey,
But the
because I
second
done been in
half,
chats before. I done jumped on
say,
people yelling, jumped in people chat yelling, keep pounding. So I get it.
oh, I did that. Hey, speaking of, just take a little slight detour for a minute. I went on like 2 or 3 New Orleans Saints podcasts
Mm.
last weekend, and while they were talking and stuff, and I put keep pounding in the comments on all 3 chats. I did not get not one person to recognize, respond, or anything. I was like, man, they ain't about that life for real. Let
Yeah,
me go. Let me
they
go
ain't
and
up
find
on it
something else to
yet.
do.
I will say this that they are a lot like their podcast community is very similar to the Falcons in that they're bigger podcasters don't open up the panel, and
Mm-hmm.
you only communicate with them through the you're only gonna communicate with them through the chat. And it's that monologue thing, one host doing the talking. I can do that sometimes, but I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That only holds my, and I know I'm damn near 60 years old, and they say that a human's attention span should roughly be 1 minute for each year. So,
Well,
but I think I'm getting to the point where I'm falling off the other side of that cliff because I'd be damned if I
yeah.
got a 60-minute attention span. Now, I have to
Well,
have a break. You know what I'm saying?
Red. All 3 of us on the 5th floor. You just closer to the elevator than me and
Yeah.
Will.
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm ready to know where I'm coming from. But when it comes to that thing, man,
Oh shit! Hey Red,
Hey,
you about to press the up arrow on the
yeah,
elevator? You about to
hey,
press it?
Will. Yeah, he fucked
hey,
that one out.
hey, Will. You know when you go check into the hotel in the first room that's right across from the elevator, ain't but like 3 steps.
He come right out of his room in
Hey,
the elevator.
see,
Damn.
me and Will down at the end of the hall. We ain't in the last room, but we like maybe 1 or 2 doors from the
Yeah.
We
end.
wanted to do
You right across from
yeah.
the elevator. Yeah,
Yeah.
you right
Damn.
across from the elevator.
Damn, Tony. Damn. Now, you
Oh
know what? I
shit!
am not going to be able to get those
Oh.
comments out of my head. Damn, Tony.
Oh
Hey,
God, I'm crying real
hey,
tears.
that one gonna live rent free for me for a little while right
Yeah,
there.
he got me. He got my ass with that one. Yeah.
Oh
Damn it.
God.
Damn it.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah,
All
man.
right. Hey, hey, but quiet as kept. I want y'all to look at what Native Kalu put. Now tell me this ain't a name for a podcast. Three Wise Men.
I love it.
Three wise
Three
men
wise.
on the
I
pod
love
right
it.
now.
I love it.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that
I
out
love
there.
it.
I'm just
I love
saying.
it. I love it.
Yeah.
Shit, I love it, man.
Hey.
I love it.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
it.
That's
I
what's
love
up.
it. I'm
Hey.
telling you already. Yeah. But yeah, man.
That's
When I
funny.
was trying to get down, I think I lost my damn train of thought, Tony, with that shit that you fucked me up with, man. I gotta leave it alone. I can't remember. No. I was talking about them Saints, man, podcasters. And there's a young guy that I'm very fond of, no free advertisement, but he's on his path to have an interaction. I think that he's still learning how to control it, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? If he finds a good balance, it'll be good, I think, because he does let people mix it up a little bit, sometimes way too much, but he got to find his own path, man. But I'm saying the others are like the majority of the Falcons podcasts. Not all of them. Some of them are very open to people coming through. They know how to control that flow. But the majority of them are that, hey, just listen to me, listen to me for 2 hours. I can't do that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you.
It has time in its place, but
Listen, Juice Man 562 really wants some attention. He said only Weiner's defense is we have more fans. But when was the last time y'all won a Super Bowl? Y'all gotta watch VHS tapes to see their last Super Bowl win. Well, let's see, Juice Man, that the here's what's wrong with your statement, sir. So I'll give you about a minute of my time. We never won a Super Bowl. We
No,
have
Tony,
to
he's
go
talking about
watch.
the 49ers. He's talking about the 49ers.
Oh, you talking about the 49ers?
Yeah, they call them the 40 whiners. The 40 whiners.
Okay. Well, ain't no 49ers fans in here, but okay, I get what you're saying. All right.
He was talking
Winers
about
had
my
the most
response
casual
to taking
fans.
over their stadium.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Disregard an old man like me. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, you're all right, man. We gotta look out for each other. That's why we wise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Jay Issue said they do favoritism in their chats. That's why. Oh, are you talking about Saints fans? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Tony,
All
I'm gonna tell you right now, Red. I'm gonna tell you right now, Red.
Yes,
I'm taking a PT. I'm gonna take once we beat y'all week 2. I'm taking a PTO day because wherever you go on a podcast, I'm following you.
Well, that's fine. You're gonna show up either way, though, right?
Just I'm gonna show up either way.
Okay.
Either way.
But you know what? You know when you really want to be available, Will, is at the end of week 18, and Red has to come on to the podcast and wear that chain.
Oh, that's gonna be
so
good.
Well, what I tell you is, CJ's wife is gonna have to start making that mofo after we whoop y'all ass in the dome week 2, because that's what's actually gonna happen. I said it before, I'll say it again. My retort to that, Will, is tell me the last time that Bryce Young won week 2. Now, I can tell you the last time.
Yeah, that's true.
I can tell you the last time the Falcons beat y'all with Bryce Young under center. But you tell me the last time that y'all won a week 1 or week 2 game.
Those are all.
Hold on, let me finish.
Those are all valid.
I know it's hurting.
Okay.
Now, I'll be quick. It's painful to your ears. I'll be quick. But I can tell you the last time that the Falcons defeated y'all with Bryce Young starting. Can you tell me the last time y'all won a week 1 or 2 game with Bryce Young starting?
Bryce Young has always gotten off to a slow start, but every year is a different year. So if you're talking about Bryce Young year 1, we lucky if we won any games year 1. So that's a throwaway. Year 2,
Yeah.
problems. Year 3, slow start. Because we didn't have half the weapons that we had to have. We've already rehashed that. This year is an entirely different equation. I know that's the reason why, Tony, I'm going to try to send you the Scott Fowler interview, this Scott Fowler, um,
Article.
article, because I don't want to get over my ski tips and I need you personally, this is your job to keep me from jumping off the edge. Okay.
All
That's why
right.
I'm sending it to you. It is purely designed to keep me in a cage because you know how I get. So
All right.
I
So
believe that we're gonna. I have no doubt that we going into Atlanta and beating Tua week 2 in Atlanta. I have no doubt.
Yeah.
so Tony, watch
I have
this.
no doubt.
So Tony, watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna challenge you as well, Tony, since you have no doubt. Can you tell me the last time the Carolina Panthers won week 1 or week 2 with Bryce Young as y'all starting quarterback?
We haven't won week 1 or week 2 with him as a starting quarterback.
See how easy that
There's
was?
there's nothing to tell.
I said you have a valid point. I didn't
But
have
you
to
never
say.
said you never said yes or no.
No, we haven't. And
Okay.
that is a statistic,
Okay.
that has almost no fact bearing on
Well,
the current
to you,
problem.
well, hold on. It has
That's what
100%.
I'm.
It has
Uh-huh.
100% when it comes to being factually correct.
No, it's factually correct,
Yeah.
right? But that has no facts bearing on the current problem.
Nor does, okay, so in fairness, does the fact that the last time the Falcons beat y'all with Bryce Young as your starter was September the 10th, 2023. See how easy
His
see how smooth I
first
get, see how
NFL
smooth I
game
answered,
ever.
see how smooth I answered the
His
question?
Because this has been your talking point for 5 years. It it was his absolute first NFL game he's ever played, with his number one wide receiver being DJ Chark.
Mm-hmm.
It
Well,
just come on, man.
Will, let me ask you a question. Was his game against the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Arizona Cardinals his first games in the NFL last year?
No. It wasn't. I am not making any excuses. What I am saying is those. I believe that those losses have no facts bearing on what will happen week 1 and 2 of next
And guess
season.
what, Will? I agree. And what I say is touche. I agree that
Okay.
those wins will have no bearing on what will happen weeks 1 and weeks 2 this year.
Hey, Eternal. Let me explain something to you. Eternal. All right. If everything was a yes or no answer, there'd be no reason to read a book. So why even say some crazy shit like that? Context
you
matters
know,
in everything.
Eternal trying to get up under your skin.
Yeah, he working it. He working it. Get somewhere and sit down, running my light bill up.
Turn Eternal, you can hit that super chat. That's what you can do, my boy. I greatly appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the start of the season against the Steelers, and I'm looking forward to the week 2 in the dome, my first home game of the season against y'all.
Oh, I'm gonna be right in there too.
Yeah, I'm looking
hold
forward
on,
to week 4. Yeah.
Real quick, shout out to Duck Smoke, aka J Live 504, my guy, the New Orleans Aints fan. What's going on, Duck Smoke. What's going on?
Hey,
Don't be like that, J-Live. Don't be like that. Don't run, nigga. Don't run. It's too close to the
he
season.
the only one running around with smoke canisters, right?
Yeah.
He the only one. He the only one in the platoon with smoke canisters. As soon as something happens, he pops his smoke canister.
Popping some.
Y'all know J-Live a medic. Y'all know J-Live a medic, too.
He a medic?
Yeah. He
the
on yeah.
And he the only medic with 5 smoke canisters and 1 bandolier bag of bandages.
Damn,
No, hold on. Five smoke canisters and no tourniquets.
Defend yourself, J-Live. Boy, you better defend your damn self. I'm gonna lose all respect.
Hold on.
Hold on. No IV bag. No gouges, no nothing.
Damn. J-Live.
Hold on. I'm dropping a link for you, Duck Smoke. Yeah, there was a link right there.
You like that, my boy.
There you go.
He was like, enough of this bullshit. How
dare
you?
You like that, J-Live? Oh, he said pharmacy tech. Okay, even worse. Damn.
Hey, shout out to Eternal252 with the $4.99 super chat. He says, "Say less." Hey, I appreciate you, my boy. I really do appreciate you. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for always supporting the channel. Thank you for always tapping in. Thank you always for your comments, bad or good. Hey, you support the content, and I greatly appreciate that, my guy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Hold on. Duck Smoke, what's happening?
Damn it, Duck Smoke. Damn, J-Live.
How dare you, Tony? How dare you? Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, J-Live, can I
see-
ask J-Live a question real quick?
Go ahead, Red.
J-Live, spell Hua for me. Help your boy out. Spell Hua.
Well, who?
Hua.
There you go. That's the correct pronunciation. Who?
I think
Thank you.
I think it was. I think it's been a minute, bro. Shit, I think it was. Oh.
But go ahead and spell it. How would you spell it, J-Live? How would you spell it?
You know what? I never had, look, I'm just thinking. I never had to spell it before.
Oh, you lying nigga. Oh, this nigga here lying. J-Live, come on, J-Live.
I'm for real.
Okay, J-Live. You never had to spell it, but you have seen it spelled. So how when you have read the words "hua" anywhere, how was it spelled?
No, that's the thing, Tony. I'm serious. I never saw it wrote down before. We always said it when we answered our drill start, but I really never saw it spelled before.
So that's the only time you've heard the word "who" is when you talking to your drill sergeant.
Well, talking to my drill sergeant, or answering one of my one of the sergeants and shit like that in the military.
How long you been in the military?
Well, I'm not in the military no more.
J-Live got 5 smoke canisters and no tourniquets.
Hey, J-Live. Hey, J-Live, I promise you.
What's that?
If you were to walk down Ardennes 1 block, you'll hit 70 Hoovers. 1 block, you'll hit 70 Hoovers.
1 block.
Well, shit. Any of y'all ever been to fucking Fort Polk? You see too much.
Ain't nobody been to ain't nobody been to Mosquito, Louisiana.
I know that's right.
No. Hold on.
That was my first duty station.
You have given. Hey, you
probably was there by yourself.
Hey, listen. Can I talk about Fort Polk, Louisiana for just a second? I've been to Fort Polk, Louisiana on 4 different JRTC rotations in my military career.
JRTC.
I've been there twice and I hated my life each time.
So the official terminology for Fort Polk, Louisiana, it is the armpit of the Army. It stinks.
Yep.
It's nasty. It's wet, and
it's
nobody
small,
wants to be there.
Don't nobody like it.
You ain't gonna find no rebuttal from me.
Hey, Sleevesville, Louisiana, baby. Oh,
Leesville, DeRitta,
Listen,
shit, all that shit.
hey, J Live, when you was at Fort Polk, how many times you had to wear your sleeves roll down on your BDUs?
All the time. I mean, we shit.
You better.
Hey,
And niggas
man,
didn't play. Hey,
we done lost
my
control.
first sergeant didn't play that
Yeah,
cute
we
shit.
have.
He hated that shit.
Yeah, we have. And Tony and Will, I apologize for steering the car into the damn gully. I apologize. But J Live, I got jumped on by these two damn graybeards a couple of weeks ago. You see, I won't let it go. Because I said that you spell HUA, H-U-A, the acronyms for her.
Hold on 1 second, Red, before we get started on that. A shout out to the one and only Ken88 for the $5 super chat. He said Bryce owns ATL and that ain't changing. Plus, this season going to be the best season yet for the team and Bryce. Who? Appreciate that, Ken88. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you hit that like button, man. Hey, I greatly appreciate it. Go ahead, Red, with that bullshit. I mean, go ahead with what you about to say.
Okay, yeah. And the one and only, in the future, I'm going to teach y'all about saying that Bryce Young thing. In the future, just stay tuned. And it ain't got nothing to do with the win losses. It's about what Atlanta is famous for and known for. I'm going to teach y'all.
What? Ho. Did Ken88 say woo-ha is army slang?
I don't know what the hell that is.
What?
Woo-ha!
Okay.
Ken88, are you sure you ain't from Atlanta? Damn.
Woo-ha.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Red. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just think about the two things that people like to associate Atlanta with. Magic City is one. You know what the other one is. So I wouldn't be so eager to say that Bryce Young owns
Rainbows.
Yeah, what are you really saying? But yeah, J Live, I got jumped all on because I said, and I didn't even have to explain how it was spelled. I said the acronyms HUA, H-U-A, heard, understood, acknowledged. Boy, they put all kind of combat boots in my ears, on my neck, had me in the front lean and rest. I say, damn, well, I don't remember actually having to spell it out. We just enunciate, HUA, you know what I'm saying? HUA.
Right.
How do you want to do it? So, but okay, all right. Yeah.
I don't even know why you even asking Jay Live for help. He ain't never seen it spell. So how would he know?
Hey,
See, that's what happens.
Like Red said, we only announce it.
Yeah.
J Live. If you've never seen who is spelled out, that means you were in the Coast Guard, National Guard, Army Reserve.
Nah. See, if none of y'all ever was medical, we spent most of our time in the hospital.
Selective service.
We spent most of our time in the hospital. I was
Hey,
working at
my
boss was a doctor.
Is it true that the medics and the pharmacists slept in the back of a Humvee?
Nah, we did a lot of sleeping around, but but we ain't slept in no Humvee. Nah, bro, we was always put up nice. Everywhere we went had showers and AC.
You did sleep though.
Definitely.
Hey, but
like I said,
he did say the most important thing, they will always put up nice.
That's what he said.
Always. Compared to other shit. But we didn't go nowhere without that AC unit. You understand me? Hey, medical different, bro. A lot of your bosses are civilians. So all that military, fucking mannerisms and shit. A lot of that shit, bro. You get up when you go other places.
Hey,
Tony, fuck up.
Go ahead, Will. Go ahead.
Tony, I'm gonna just say this real quick to Jay's point. I was at the hospital, right? I was at one of the clinics, and I had a concern, and I said, "Hey, let me speak to the leadership." They said, "Well, let me let you speak to the NCOIC." I said, "Perfect, that works for me." Me being a CW5,
Right.
like perfect. Let me speak to NCRC. A fucking specialist came out there.
Oh wow!
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
What?
I said, hey man, go get somebody that's in charge, man.
Yeah.
He said, I'm the NCRC of the clinic. I said, no.
No, you ain't. No,
You
you
took
ain't.
it
I
easy on
said,
the wheel.
Hey,
I
but you know
said,
what, Will? What was fun? What's funny about that? When I first went in, and my first duty station was 20th Engineer Brigade, so I was running the S2 shop over there. So I was a specialist at the time. So there was only four people in my whole brigade that had top secret security clearance, and I was the only non-commissioned soldier that had one. Everybody else was an officer, right? The dude would come into this one captain who was trying to, get his clearance so he could take his hardship tour to Korea, right? I mean, not Korea, Vietnam, the 1 year hardship tour that he had to do. And he came in, wanted to check on the check on his clearance, but at the same time, asked me something about some top secret information. First of all, I didn't give it to him because, second of all, I wanted to know how he knew about that, and when I know he didn't have a top secret security clearance. This dude said to me, he said, "Listen, I don't mean no harm. I don't know you. You don't know me. Let me speak to somebody in charge." I said, "Well, sir, I'm the only person in charge in this S2 shop." He said, "Well, you can't be because you're not a NCO." I said, "Well, I understand your concern." I said, "Until you can find an NCO that's in charge, then you could bring him back here. But as far as what you asking for, that would be a no. I cannot do that, and I will not do that." Yeah, I got in some trouble behind the scenes because of my mouth. You know what I'm saying? But I stood 10 toes down on what I knew was right, and with nothing he could do about it.
I know the soldier didn't get out of hand with me or nothing like that. He didn't get out of hand or mouth or anything. I was like, look, let me speak to the department head or somebody, because I need somebody that's gonna be able to help me fix my problem, not write it down and get back with me. You know what I mean? And he was like, I promise you I can solve your problem. I told him what the problem was, right? He said, well, let me go get somebody. I said, exactly.
Oh boy, say,
but see, that was the thing. It was nobody for me to go get. I was it. You couldn't get access to none of this because I was the only one that had the clearance to get what you trying to get. And then you asking about something that you ain't even got a clearance for. So yeah.
Right.
That was my first run in with an officer, and I wasn't even in the military a full year yet.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, hey, sometimes them officers be in their feelings, boy. I ain't lying.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
big time.
That is true.
Big time.
That is true.
In their feelings,
bro.
Oh yeah,
bro. Especially when you're a young soldier. I remember when I was young, I walk right past this damn colonel.
Oh shit!
Boy, that nigga stopped me in my tracks, boy.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't forget to salute.
Nigga, I was in my own world. I walked right past him. He said, "Excuse me, soldier." I looked back. I still didn't get right. Excuse me, soldier. I look back like, what, nigga? Nigga said, "Come here, soldier." I said, "Oh shit!" They must got some rank.
Oh shit, that's funny, dude.
Hey, Will,
yes,
you ever had a soldier walk? You ever had a soldier walk by you and forget to salute?
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, it happens. It's happened a few times. Well, no, not necessarily. Most of the time, it's not because it was blamed on their head, not their heart. 9 times out of 10.
Right.
Like a lot of times, and I'll just give you a perfect example. A lot of times, like, a soldier walked in the PX, coming out the PX, they got their kids and all that. Like, get your ass over there. Get in the damn car. They're not thinking Here comes CW5 walking up the walkway, right?
Right.
And then, some first class or master like, oh, I'm sorry. Hey, don't worry about it. I know what you got going on right there, bro. I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as an officer, you got to think, as an officer, it's easier to know that you're going to have to salute someone because no matter who you pass by, either you're saluting or being saluted.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
Right.
I'm always prepared to salute. So as an enlisted person, maybe 1 out of every 5 interactions is a salute type of scenario. So I get it. So I don't think about it in those terms. Now, what I will say is the only time I really dug up into somebody's behind was at the Soldier Reception Center. And the soldier come out of the Soldier Reception Center, and he's not out the army now. He's not out the army. He gonna walk out the Soldier Reception Center like, fuck the army, fuck everybody. Oh, hold on, Joe. Come here, Joe. What's wrong? Explain to me what's wrong so we can help fix it. But what you're not gonna do is show your ass out here in this parking lot.
That's right.
And then we, help get because he was just very frustrated, but he wanted to go back to street dude, and street dude is not what you gonna ever do here.
Okay.
Had to help him fix that. Other than that, not much. Other than that, that's about it. But most people
Take that
they don't salute you. Most people who don't salute you, it is blame it on their head, not their heart. 99.9% of the time.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Hey, real quick, I'm not even worried about getting to this third topic that I pulled up because we done deviated so far. But since we do have a Saints fan and a Falcons fans here, I want to ask both of you guys because they just confirmed that Jalen Walker did tear his ACL.
I
So
heard
Red, I
about
want to
that.
I want to get your opinion on that. But first, J Live, I want to ask you about Brian Breesy tearing his ACL for the Saints. How do you feel?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? And are you guys do you guys have enough depth along the interior defensive line to be okay without Brian Breesy?
Yeah, like what I'll say is this. It was his first year last year under Brandon Staley's defense, and he actually took a step back. The year before, he had like 7 sacks from the interior. So he took a step back last year. He did get better in run defense, but as far as him going out, is it that big of a deal for us? I don't think so, just because we have a lot of dogs on the team. You know what I mean? We got Brandon Broughton, the guy from Texas. He didn't play. He played 1 game and then got hurt last year. But we really high on him, and he's been shining in camp. We also got Gotchow, who's great at stopping the run. We got Nathan Shepard.
Yeah.
We drafted Christian Miller. And those are all interior projects. So we still got Cam. We still got Chase Young. We still got Granderson. We got some young bulls by the name of Fadil Diggs coming from Virginia Tech. That he got hurt last year, and he's a speed rusher off the edge. So as far as us being able to handle Brian Brzee, yeah, we'll do just fine, because honestly, we drafted somebody in this draft to take his position, and Christian Miller. So yeah, we're in a good spot right now, Tony, bro. Like, I know he went down, and that's unfortunate. It was his contract year, but we definitely got some dogs in house that's ready to go right now.
Okay, Red, how y'all feeling about Jalen Walker? They said they did confirm that he tore his ACL. What are you guys looking like depth wise behind Jalen Walker? And do you think that James Pierce Jr. will be available week 1?
So I'll try to take them in the order that you gave them to me. I'm concerned with the Jalen Walker injury, not just because I think that what I've seen in him, can't be replaced. It absolutely can if you just go on his production from last year. Right. But what I think is that, and everything that I heard in the preseason is that they had big plans for him this season.
Yeah.
So that is the biggest thing that concerns me. Now, just replacing, if you look at it straight on what he produced last year. So if you go by that as an expectation, 5.5 sacks. I think there's some quality guys who have experience in this league who can sort of fill that gap. Azeez Ojulari, Samson Ebukam, Braylon Trice. You haven't heard his name since he's been in the NFL because he's been injured his first 2 years. But he's fully healthy.
Okay.
He's participating. Yeah. Oregon Duck. He's fully healthy. He's participating in all of the summer camp activities, and not sure how they're gonna deploy Harold Perkins Jr., but he's in the mix there as well. So I'm not concerned in the aspect that Jeff Ulbrich will find a way to scheme up our defense. That was, as I told y'all last preseason, that was the big difference that saw the jump from the Falcons defense going from the bottom of the league to the middle of the pack last year was Jeff Ulbrich. And I said that. I said, you're going to watch the Falcons defense vastly improve, and you're going to watch the Jets defense take a major slide back. And both things happened. And I said that the common thread is Jeff Ulbrich. And I believe that to be the same case again this year. I think he'll have the defense ready to go. But I am concerned because they had big plans for him, and I hate it. It's tough for the kid to see him miss a season. James Pierce Jr., I don't know, Tony. I mean, normally by this time, what 3 weeks to go before the first game, the league has kind of told teams something. They could wait till week 1 to say, hey, we're putting this suspension on you. I think that would be very, an insult
best case
to the
scenario.
Organization as a whole. We're not letting them either get him fully prepared or getting the guy who's going to replace him fully prepared. You'd rather know sooner than later. But and I'm not going to speak on what I think it means that the league hasn't come out yet. But the closer that it gets to week 1, the more I get a sense that he might be playing week 1.
He might be playing.
And Tony, one last thing. I'm going to say this when it comes to the replacement of I forgot to mention this. The replacement of Jalen Walker. I don't think that the Falcons make any moves. I mean, if they do anything, they'll do something like maybe re-signing Leonard Floyd, who's still out there. But I don't think they make any moves because I think that a lot of it does rely upon the scheme that Jeff Ulbrich deploys, but a lot of it also is just the way that our front office has moved this preseason. They didn't go out and hunt any big name talent, and I don't think that they would do it at this stage either. I think that this is the season with the Falcons where they are completely evaluating this roster. So I don't think they'll feel a need when you had a guy who was going to be moving into his second season, taking on a larger role. I don't think that they'll have a big, a feeling that, we need to go out and trade for Thibodeau. You know what I'm saying? That you won't see nothing like that happen with Atlanta.
See, Will, this is what happens when the old people are near the elevator. They seem to talk a little longer. Did you get the word count? Did you get the word count for that dissertation?
Hey, so what it was?
Tony,
what it was?
I got to it and got it over with, Tony.
Hey. So now I didn't do it in the word count. I started the top part time. It was 9 minutes. Damn. So
or monologue.
Hey, Tony. Hey, I'm glad that we got kind of a pseudo almost NFC roundtable thing going on here.
Oh, yeah.
But what I will say is this: the Atlanta Falcons defense will be in trouble. I don't think that they are going to suspend him till after his pretrial intervention is done. But if the Atlanta Falcons had got their player suspended, for the 6 games or however many games that James Pierce Jr. would be suspended for, they would be in trouble the first 6 weeks of the season. That would be significant.
Red, let me know if I'm wrong. I thought he had completed that pretrial situation during the summer.
No. It's a year long. It's a year long.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right.
And y'all
March next year. April.
Damn. So you think he gonna play all this year, Red?
Yeah, I think he is.
I mean, if you ask me, the early indication is yes. That the league is waiting. The league is waiting for him to complete the legal process. I mean, I think that the league probably wants to know: are you going to serve any time? Are you going to complete this program and be a good kid? You know what I'm saying? So,
hey, y'all need to get that boy spanking.
Yeah, I think they already have.
As an organization,
I think they already have. He hasn't been in front of any microphone this offseason. And I think they have some handlers working with him. Internally, you won't get that sort of information, but I think that they have. At least I hope they have. I hope they aren't treating this like, oh, you went out there and fucked up. We don't care. No,
I don't think that. I don't think the Atlanta Falcons organization would do that. Because he's going to be, he seems to be that's going to be very valuable to your organization.
Yeah.
And this ain't the 1980s where you can get away with a whole bunch of other stuff like that, and then it still work. I don't want nothing ill fate to happen to the young man. Not saying that at all. But what I am saying is, if James Pierce Jr. and that guy was going to be injured.
I agree.
Yeah, y'all would have had to make some moves this offseason in order to shore yourself up.
No, I still don't think they would have done that, Will. Still don't think they would have done that. I don't. Honestly, me, and this is probably just my mindset as well, but when you look at the money that's still on the books and some players out there, and what I could arguably say, it makes sense for the Falcons to go after a Stephon Diggs, or the Falcons to go after a cornerback somewhere, or an interior line. Now the pickings are slim because that's the point of the season that we're at. And I'm not saying that they won't make a move, but they could have made moves all along. That's not. And another thing I will tell you is this. I don't know if you noticed this on the back end. But our GM let higher graded talent walk than he brought in. That's how you add comp picks to the following season. So when in his initial press conference, he said that this is the last season that you will see the Falcons with as few as 5 picks in the draft. I think that was something that was a problem for him that he saw coming from Chicago. He mentioned that as assistant GM his first year there, they went into the draft with 5 picks and came out with 10. Right now, we are projected to have 9 draft picks next year. So I don't think that they're going to go out and try to swing trades for higher level talent and reduce that number for next year. And I don't think that they're going to spend that money with the way that they've been building. They've been investing in the young talent. They've got those guys locked up. I think that they're going to let this season play out. If Tua or Michael Penix hits, then one of the two of them will get a contract. and I think Cooper Rush will remain as a veteran quality backup this year. And we'll see what they do next season. If it all fails, I wouldn't be surprised to see them in trade talks for somebody like a Lamar Jackson or another frontline starting quarterback with the money that they have next offseason.
Yeah, if you don't mind. And I was thinking about that the other day, Red. I was like, man, the Falcons are actually in a dangerous situation because right now y'all signed y'all 3 skill players, but you need a quarterback to hit. You got a nice Lamborghini, but you don't have a motor right now. At least maybe you do. Maybe you got one.
Got no games for the engine.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, damn, they really in a very dangerous position because if they don't hit on quarterback, you don't waste it all.
Times.
You don't waste a shit ton of money, bro. And I was just saying, damn, one of the quarterbacks better hit.
So let me say this real quickly. In the NFC South, you can do that and still stay afloat.
That's not.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that.
Time out. We are in an ebb and flow. This is not consistent always. Because what about the time when you had Drew Brees, Cam Newton, and Matt Ryan in the same division? All in the same division. So this is just a lull right now, and I get it. But what I would tell you, Red, if the Carolina Panthers quarterback hit and the New Orleans Saints quarterback hit, and they sign Baker Mayfield down there in Tampa, and y'all don't got no quarterback, I don't care how much skill position you got, you will not win this division. There's a whole lot of ifs in there. But those are very. But hold on. There's a whole lot of ifs in there, Red. There's a whole lot of ifs in there, Red. But that is more. But those ifs are more feasible than Tua Tagovailoa hitting, you signing him, or your quarterback. You're gonna play both quarterbacks this season. You know that. And you got a new coaching staff, a new front office. You got a whole lot of stuff going on. You got Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, a decent offensive line. End of list. Right now.
You're saying on the offense?
No, end of your defense. Your secondary. You got one great player on secondary. Right
they
now.
Lost their best linebacker.
Then you lost. That's what I'm saying. You lost your best linebacker. I'm not here to say oh, I'm down on the Falcons. I'm just saying. No, what I am saying is when you said that you don't need a quarterback to win the NFC South, I think you need to rethink that particular statement.
Yeah,
that's
he don't believe that shit.
I said all of that just to say rethink that.
He don't believe it.
Okay, so can I have a moment to respond? Okay, buckle up. Will, you're right.
Start the time on this next.
You stated it rightly when you said that's a whole bunch of ifs. You know what my drill sergeant says? If worms had machine guns, the birds wouldn't fuck with them. Okay, that's what I think about your ifs. Now, you said if Bryce hits, if Shuck hits, if Baker returns. So if you're gonna give leeway to all those ifs, that was your take, your opinion, you're entitled to it. I'm gonna state mine. If Michael Penix returns from the injury and hits, and if Tua returns to his 2023 form, that's as far as I'm gonna go with ifs. But to my point that the NFC South is a winnable division, even when you don't have a top of the league quarterback. The Falcons have placed second and third the last 5 years with the last 4 years, with Marcus Mariota, Desmond Ridder, Taylor Heineke, Kirk Cousins, and Michael Penix. So I don't want to hear that you can't stay afloat with a mediocre quarterback in the NFC South.
Yeah, but you floating.
You didn't win
I
anything.
didn't interrupt you.
You didn't win anything.
You're floating an idea of what happened in the past.
Tony,
Yes,
you gonna
the Saints were rebuild. The Saints were rebuilding. The Panthers were rebuilding. Us in Carolina, we're at the tail.
Y'all gonna let me respond? Or you think I'm gonna just lay here and let y'all keep
okay.
Oh, my bad. Will. That I got it.
Okay.
My mic was muted.
Hey, J-Line, I know you don't hit the link often, but Tony likes to keep some order and decorum over here.
Some decorum over here. I got you, Red.
Yeah. So what I said is until proven otherwise, if Bryce Young hits, which he hasn't yet, he's still a below average quarterback in the NFL. If Tyler Shuck shows that the promise that they saw with a 5-4 record in 9 games is more than just a 500 quarterback in the NFL, if Baker Mayfield returns to form, then maybe one of those teams will take off in the NFC South. But maybe the same thing will happen to the Falcons. That's all the ifs. Now, when you talk about those premier each top 10 at their position, talents on the offense, I still say, as they have been, enough to keep the Falcons in the fray in the NFC South. The Falcons are in the best position of every team in the NFC South that when they get the quarterback position right, they'll take off. They'll return to the days of the Matt Ryan, the Drew Brees, the Cam Newton. That's when they'll return. Now, I agree that the Carolina Panthers have built a good roster. I don't think it's the best roster in the NFC South. And I think the New Orleans Saints are building a roster. But I think you sell the Falcons short when you say on defense, all they have is Jesse Bates. And that's fine if that's your opinion. I don't know if you watched Xavier Watts last year. I don't know if you noticed that they had, as y'all like to say, a projected first round Nick Scorton that y'all found in the second round, a projected first round Avion Terrell that we found in the second round. I don't know how that's going to hit or play out. I don't know how Billy Bowman is going to return from his injury. I don't know how the acquisitions of Samson Ebukam and Azeez Ojulari, or the suspension of James Pierce Jr. his second year, will play out. I don't know. I don't know how Brandon Dorlus, if he'll continue the same path that he was on last year, where he tied for most sacks in the league, which y'all don't talk about, and that's fine, in Jeff Ulbricht's scheme, as a defensive tackle with 8.5 sacks. But you keep sleeping, is what I would tell you, on the Falcons defense, which was better than yours, by the way, last season. So all of that I say,
all right,
all of that I say, and those are facts that I'm spitting. What I would say is,
you don't talk to me like that.
And I'm about to finish. The quarterback position is the bright, shining thing that hasn't been solved since Matt Ryan left. And we're still in search of that. And I think every other team, since those heydays that you mentioned, of the Matt Ryan, Drew Brees, Cam Newton, is still in search of that as well.
Right,
is that the end of that? Is that the end of that? I think it was J Live. Is that the end of that, Red? Jesus.
Yes.
Okay.
All that to say that y'all motherfuckers got problems.
I didn't do that.
We know y'all got problems, Red.
That's
the biggest question mark. Yeah, they got too many problems over there in Atlanta right now, Red. I mean, it's too much to ignore. You know, you might be able to get past one or two, but it's too much. It's too many moving parts, bro. It seems like a whole bunch of chaos. I mean, fuck, it's just not what you want going on at this time of the year. You want your team focused and you want players getting better. And y'all worrying about bullshit right now. Y'all going through a whole lot of change, bro. Is that going to play out throughout the season? Going by history? Yeah, It most likely probably will. But we'll see, Red, bro. I know it's a if, and you might be optimistic with your team, but ain't shit about the Falcons screaming contender this year, bro. From the outside looking in.
I agree.
Go ahead, Will.
All of that by saying, Red, all I say is this. I believe that the only hanging question that we have in Charlotte right now is, will Bryce Young take that leap that is necessary? That is the question at hand this season. It's not about our defense. It is not about our skill positions. To a lesser degree, it's not about our offensive line. That is the question that is hanging. You have far more questions than that. So to say that, well, you don't really need a quarterback, and I won with Ritter and Trask and all of that, when it was clear that New Orleans and Carolina were both figuring things out. We were changing out coaches and everything. You got a brand new coaching staff. The jury is still out on your coaching staff. He might have been 2-time coach of the year in Buffalo. I mean, in with the Browns.
Cleveland.
But so was
Cleveland, yeah.
With the Browns. But so was Ron Rivera before he went to Washington.
You said it, I didn't.
You still got a losing record in this league.
And so just because you were 2-time coach of the year in one organization doesn't mean that translates to the next organization. All that is, your resume gets you hired, your productivity gets you promoted or sustained. So I get it. But you have a lot more questions to be answered in Atlanta. I mean, hell, who's y'all number? I don't know, and I'm not saying this to be funny. I don't even know who y'all number 2 receiver is. And is he somebody that's a threat? I don't even know that. Kyle Pitts have been hit or miss. If you want to talk about Bryce Young being inconsistent, Kyle Pitts is when they have a picture of inconsistency, there's a picture of Kyle Pitts and Bryce Young. Let's not fool each other here now. And oh, by the way, last thing I'll say about this, and Bijan is a great running back. I love Bijan. I love his running style. I love how he represents the team in y'all city. But it seems to be that Ejiro Evero seem to have his numbers because he don't put them numbers up in Charlotte. And he don't put them numbers up when he play us. He don't put them numbers up when we play him because it seems like we key in on him.
You know what I can tell when y'all scraping the bottom of the barrel?
No, it's definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel, Red. Because you use. Hold on, I wasn't done talking.
Yeah, I can wait. I'll wait.
And the last thing I'll say is, you got far more questions that need to be answered than you tried to lead us on to believe here with your if statements and all of that. Just let it go. Just know that y'all got more things that y'all got to solve.
No, sir.
Than other teams in the NFC South.
You say so? Just because you say so? You out your mind, Gray Beard. You out your mind. You ain't convinced me of nothing. Go ahead, J-Line.
That's crazy, Red. Look, I can't spend no more time on these Falcons. I'll get back to myself.
All right, then. Well, it's my turn. My turn. All right, cool. Yeah.
All right, J-Line.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
It's my
turn. Hey, you heard the host.
No. You shut the fuck up. You say you ain't got nothing else to say. That means close your mouth. That's what that means. Yeah.
Go ahead,
I can still do this and be respectful of what Tony has to say. So,
in a timely manner, that's the question.
It's good. It's good conversation this morning. Good content. So we are. In response to what you said, that's your opinion, and you have the right, and I have the expectation that you're going to try to downplay your divisional opponents. I get that. That's fine. But when you compare the inconsistencies of a tight end in the NFL to those of a quarterback, you're really reaching. You're really reaching. When you talk about the value and importance of a position to a team, to equate that of a tight end to that of a starting quarterback.
I didn't say they were equal. I said
Tony,
inconsistency.
you can always tell. You can always tell when I scratch real hard.
Because you
can't wait.
No, Tony, no.
Now I waited to record, but he won't let me finish.
Because you are actually twisting words, and come on, you better than that. I said inconsistency. I didn't say they were equal or anything like that. So just chill. I know that it's normally you get a chance to talk shit about the Panthers, and that's normally what ends up happening because it's a predominantly Panther podcast. But as soon as we start talking about the Falcons and we start talking dig a little bit into the Falcons, then you start twisting words. I said two people that are inconsistent. I didn't say they were equal or anything like that. So don't do that. Don't project my words in a way that twists it.
To
spin a narrative.
I have to tell you, you may not like the way it sounded coming from me, but I didn't twist your words, Will. I did not.
Okay.
You drew a comparison between those two players, and what you said was, as a result, you don't have as much as you think you do because you have an inconsistent tight end. And you compare him to y'all having an inconsistent quarterback. And I simply said, in response to that, which is more damning to your team, having an inconsistent tight end or an inconsistent quarterback? Now, the honest NFL fan would agree with me that you're further away if you don't have the answer at quarterback, than if you don't have the answer at tight end. As, by the way, y'all are sort of framing your argument around.
You don't have a quarterback.
So, hey, Tony, I'm gonna yield like Jay Lyle. I'm trying real hard here. But the truth hurts like a motherfucker.
You'll be all right.
Hurts like a motherfucker.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You talking about I'm trying real hard. You'll be all right. I'm trolling the hell out of you like you trolling. I'm trolling the hell out of you.
Right.
Oh Lord.
I'm already all right.
That's why you said you trying hard, try harder.
Yeah. Hey,
try harder.
Guess what though? We gonna get all the answers in a couple of weeks.
You're right.
Sure will.
Try harder. Try harder.
That is the truth.
Hey, when y'all game is? Y'all got that Hall of Fame game? Is that this week?
Tomorrow
that's
night.
Thursday.
Yeah,
Shit.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, the NFL is gonna be kicking off.
Hey, did they tell y'all how they roll? How they gonna play it? Any starters gonna play, or how they doing that?
No starters playing.
Okay, as they should.
Hey, Tony, I had to just say this last thing to you real quick. So, that game where we beat the Falcons 30-0.
Yeah.
My wife and I got a video of the Falcon bus pulling into the Charlotte International Airport, crossing over and going over to the tarmac. And we was watching the video.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. You should have saw when they got off the bus. You know how they had their post game meal laid out there on the tarmac so they can get snacks or whatever, fruits, whatever. Nobody got any damn thing to eat, dog. Nothing. They were sick to their stomach. Hey, it felt so good. we watching the video. Hey, Tony. As a matter of fact, if I think my wife got it. If my wife got it, I'm gonna send it to you on WhatsApp. We was watching them, and they couldn't even eat. They was sick. Blanked them boys, 30-0. Blanked them in the year
Y'all was
of
like that,
our
huh,
Lord.
Red?
The year of 2025. In the year of our Lord 2025, the Carolina Panthers beat the Atlanta Falcons three
Hey,
times in
Tom.
the year of our
Tom, I'm
Lord
gonna make a phone
2025.
call real quick. I had hold on a second. I had my work headphone up to my ear and this one up to the right ear. But I will say this: it's interesting. I did hear Tony, even though he just said that he was talking just to you. But let me say this. I will say this. I'd rather see that than a bunch of players acting like they didn't just get their ass whooped 30-0. But let me make this call real quick.
Yeah.
Well, fellas.
Somewhere.
Hey,
All right, man.
we're
Sorry
about
about
to
that.
get up out of here. Been here almost
Yes, sir.
4 hours now. I hope everybody has enjoyed the content. I know I deviated at the end. It's all good. Sometimes it's better like that. You know what I'm saying? So anytime I can get Red Swarm, my brother Will up here, Duck Smoke. Glad that you was able to make it. You know,
That's messed up. Well, I was just out there trying to make a living for my family, bro. I said, look at these.
Will.
I said, look at these low blows,
Will.
man. Tony, I'm like, damn, I'm at work right now.
I'm gonna tell you why J Live telling a lie. Now you know he always in the chat. You know he be having little stuff to say here and there, right? So I started doing my opponent spotlight, right? So when the Saints came up, I told J Live, I said, J Live, hey, the Saints about to come up. You gonna come up on the live? He said, say less. I'll be there. Boom. Saints.
That's
they
not
start
what
talking
I
about the
told him, Will.
Saints. That's not what you said, J Live. What you say then? Tell me.
What I said.
Go ahead.
What I said is, if I'm not working, I'll be there. That's what I said.
That's what you said?
That's what I said. Because I knew I was about to start a new job, and I didn't know if it was going to be Monday or Tuesday. Or, I think it was that type of situation. So that's what it was. So when I was working, I was still listening.
Yeah.
But I couldn't chime in. It was too noisy out there. It would have been horrible for the show.
Okay. Hey, I digress. Hey, I'm gonna let you have that one. But here's the funny thing, though, Will.
These low blows, man.
But here's the funny thing, Will. Now he just said he started a new job. He didn't know whether he was gonna be available or not. Now, typically, when you start a new job, you're trying to be on your best behavior, right? You ain't gonna be listening into the podcast or anything like that. You're gonna be focused to make a good example.
I do my, but you gotta stay. I do my own thing, Tony.
But hold on. J Live, all in the comments, commenting as I'm sitting here talking about the Saints. I say, J Live, hit the panel, man. I ain't hear nothing else from J Live. I said,
didn't I just explain that it was noisy out there and it would have been bad for the show? Tony don't give a damn.
Yeah. I tell you, a lot don't care who tell it, as long as they get told.
Hey, exactly. hey, J Live, whenever you get a chance, man, to hit the panel, man, I'd love to talk Saints. And I apologize to the chat and to the panel. I just wanted to troll Red because he's been trolling us about our Panthers. And I had the one opportunity. You opened it up for Falcon Talk. You opened up a Falcon Talk, and I had several clips loaded.
So yeah, bro. I don't blame you because you called him out right, Will. Because Red don't like talking about his team. You understand me? He got something to say about the Bucks, the Panthers, and the Saints. He ain't never talking about Atlanta.
Okay,
ain't nothing to talk
man,
about.
I know you about to get off. I know you about to close up your pod, man. But I just wanted to say I apologize to the chat. I had to troll him just a little bit. I had him for a minute.
It's all good. It's all good. But listen, hey, we about to get up out of here. I ain't about to do no closing statement. No, none of that. So, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody for being here. Everybody on the panel. Will, J Live, Red Swarm, Rashad. everybody that was on the panel today. I think Nick Troste tried to come on, but he had to make a run. But yeah, I appreciate you guys tapping in. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same back channel. All right. Until then, everybody keep pounding.